All right, I think we have most of us here. Good morning, everyone. Why don't we get started? It is Planning Committee meeting number 71 for Thursday, October 27th. We acknowledge that Ottawa is located on unceded territory of the Algonquin Anishinaabe Nation, whose culture and presence have nurtured and continue to nurture this land. Il est important de souligner que la ville d'Ottawa se trouve sur un territoire non cédé de la nation algonquine Anishinaabe, dont la culture et la présence ont enrichi et continuent d'enrichir ces terres. Kelly, can we do a roll call, please?
Councillor Brockington?
Here.
Councillor Cloutier?
Councillor Cloutier sent me a text, actually, Chair, saying he's having trouble getting in. If someone can... Oh, there he is. Okay, never mind.
I was just promoted to panelist. Thank you, Councillor Eglai.
Councillor Curry?
Here.
Councillor Dudas?
I'm here.
Councillor Hubley?
Here.
Councillor Kitts? Councillor Leeper?
Good morning.
Councillor Menard?
Morning.
Councillor Tierney?
Here.
Chair Moffat? And Chair Gower. You have quorum, Chair.
Thank you, Kelly. And Scott is just running a bit late as well, but will be joining us soon. This is a public meeting to consider the proposed comprehensive official plan and zoning bylaw amendments listed as items 4.1 to 4.18 on today's agenda. For the items just mentioned, only those who make an oral submission today or written submissions before the amendments are adopted may appeal the matter to the Ontario Land Tribunal. In addition, the applicant may appeal the matter to the Ontario Land Tribunal if council does not adopt an amendment within 90 days of receipt of the application for a zoning bylaw amendment and 120 days for an official plan amendment. To submit written comments on these amendments prior to their consideration by City Council on November 9th, please email or call the committee or council coordinator. Are there any declarations of interest? Seeing none, we have confirmation of minutes for Planning Committee number 70, Thursday, September 22nd. Are the minutes confirmed?
Confirmed.
Thank you. Okay, we're going to go through each of the items on the agenda. It's a long agenda, so we're going to go through a consent agenda. If there's any items with delegations, we will hold them. And if there are any requests from councillors to hold the item for questions for staff or for the applicants, we can hold them as well. So we'll start through item number 4.1 is an official plan amendment and zoning bylaw amendment for 665 Albert Street in Somerset Ward. There are no public delegations. Are there any requests from councillors or committee members to hold this item? Okay, we do have two representatives from the applicants, Justin Robitaille and Jason Lester. Not sure if they're in the room yet. Well, Justin is here. Justin, if the committee is prepared to carry this item, does your group wish to speak today?
Not necessary.
Okay, thank you. So on the staff recommendations, report recommendations, are they carried?
Carried.
Carried.
Thank you. Okay, moving on then to 4.2. This is a zoning bylaw refusal for 1047 Richmond Road. We do have an applicant, Lisa De La Rosa, representing the applicant. Are there any requests from councillors to hold this item? Councillor Kavanagh?
Thank you very much. I don't necessarily need to hold this item. I just want to thank staff for their recommendation and for listening to the community and following the secondary plan. I think that's very important that they acknowledge that. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Lisa De La Rosa, you're representing the applicant. Do you want to address the committee? We can hold this item if you do. So
No, I was just here just in case there was any questions to the letter we sent ahead of time. So
okay.
I don't need to speak.
Okay. So the report recommendations are recommending refusal on this item, zoning bylaw amendment for 1047 Richmond Road. Are those report recommendations carried?
Carried.
Carried.
Carried. Okay, thank you. Item number 4.3 is a zoning bylaw amendment for 2, 4, 10, and 12 Spruce Street in Somerset Ward. There are no public delegations. We do have a representative of the applicant here. Any requests from committee members or councilors to hold this item? Okay, we have Krista Libman representing the applicant. Krista, if the committee is prepared to carry this item, do you wish to speak to it?
No, thank you. I'm satisfied.
Okay, thank you. So on the report recommendations for this item, are they carried?
Carried.
Carried.
Thank you. Okay, 4.4, a zoning bylaw amendment for 817 Roseview Avenue in Bay Ward. There are no delegations listed. However, the applicants are here. Are there any requests from councilors to hold this item? Okay, I'm seeing none. We have Nadia DeSanti, Faraz El Sabah, and Sam Cox representing the applicants. Nadia, I see you on my screen first. So if the committee is prepared to carry this item, do you wish to speak to it?
No, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. So on the report recommendations, are they carried?
Carried.
Carried. Okay,
Thank you.
thank you. Item number 4.5 is zoning bylaw amendment for 2006, 2020, 2026 Scott Street, and 314 and 318 Athlone Avenue. There are 2 delegations, so we will hold item number 4.5. Item number 4.6 is a zoning bylaw amendment for 951 Gladstone Avenue and 145 Loretta Avenue North. We will also hold this item. There are no actually, there are 2 delegations. So we will hold this item, and there's some additional discussion around a holding condition. So we will hold 4.6. Item 4.7 is a zoning bylaw amendment for 1248 and 1252 Wellington Street West in Kitchissippi. There are no delegations listed. There are applicants here. Are there any requests from councilors to hold this item? Okay, I see Nathan Patrician, who's one of the representatives of the applicant. If the committee is prepared to carry this item, Nathan, does your group wish to speak on it?
No, we do not, Chair. Thank you.
Okay, so are the report recommendations for this item carried?
Carried.
Carried, okay. Item number 4.8, zoning bylaw amendment for 1111 Prince of Wales Drive. There are no delegations listed for this item. It is a recommendation for refusal. Do any councilors wish to hold this item? I do know we have representatives from the applicants, and Murray, I'm going to assume you do wish to speak to this. And so I'm going to suggest we hold this so that you have a chance to address committee later on in the meeting. So we'll hold item number 4.8.
Chair, is there a request to speak?
Well, they're listed as an app. I'll ask formally. Murray, does your group wish to speak on this item?
Absolutely, Mr. Chairman, please and thank you.
Yes, so we will hold this for your delegation.
Thank you.
And thanks, Councillor Brockington. Item number 4.9 is a zoning bylaw amendment for 3437 Innes Road. We have a delegation registered, so we will hold item 4.9. And same with item 4.10. It's a zoning bylaw amendment for 1015 Tweddle Road. There are delegations registered, so we'll hold 4.10. 4.11 is a zoning bylaw amendment for 2370 10th Line Road. There's no delegations registered. I understand Councillor Kitts has a motion to add councillor comments to the report. Councillor Kitts, why don't you introduce that now, if we can get it up.
Sure. Thank you, Chair. I'll read my comments in full because I was going to make some comments. I don't have an issue with the zoning amendment that we have in front of us today. I do have concerns about site plan that staff are still working through, but I'll read this out to sort of provide context, and we can see if anyone has questions. So whereas the ward councillor's comments were inadvertently omitted from the report on this item, therefore be it resolved that the comments by the ward councillor section of the report be replaced with the following text. The location of this development on the corner of Brian Coburn and 10th Line Road raises serious concerns relative to traffic volume. While traffic impacts are a site plan control issue, I would like to comment on the broader policy and planning considerations underlying those concerns. First, I want to commend the applicant for retaining the commercial component of the mixed-use zone. In the current housing market and given the devastating impact of the pandemic and online retail on local businesses, there is a trend towards turning mixed-use zones into residential developments. Mixed-use zones are meant to foster dense, walkable communities. The city has limited tools to encourage commercial development, and we rely on applicants and businesses to pursue the city's vision for walkable neighborhoods. Efforts by the development industry to protect commercial areas in mixed-use zones should be noted. The inclusion of a linear park to provide a buffer to existing residential is also appreciated. The development with its proximity to existing transit, schools, and groceries may appeal to people who wish to be less dependent on their car, but with 380 parking spaces, we can hardly argue that this walkable development will get people out of their cars. In South Orleans, we still need to build car-centric communities because the location of the planned arterial road and bus rapid transit corridor meant to serve the area is not supported by the NCC. So far, the city's approach has been to wait for a change of heart at the NCC while South Orleans residents face long commutes, limited transit, and truncated active transportation links. We continue to approve development and collect development charges to fund this crucial transportation project with no clear execution plan. The argument that we cannot stop development because we need the development charges to fund road construction does not apply in the case of South Orleans. Development charges may be collected, but the money has nowhere to go. We need to limit development to match the existing capacity of the road network since increasing capacity is not feasible. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Kitts. The representatives from the applicants are here, Nico Church, Lisa De La Rosa, and Melissa Padham. If the committee is prepared to carry this item with the amendment, does your group wish to speak on it today?
No, we do not need to speak.
Okay, thank you, Lisa. So on the motion from Councillor Kitts, is that carried?
Carried.
Carried, thank
Carried.
you. And is the report as amended carried?
Carried.
Carried.
Carried. Thank you. 4.12 is zoning bylaw amendment for 1211 Old Montreal Road, also in Cumberland Ward. There are no public delegations registered. We have several representatives of the applicants, Peter Hume, Greg Winters, Robert Tran, and Mike Green. Are there any requests from councillors to hold this item? Okay, I'm seeing none. So I'll ask anyone from the applicant team who's with us. Do you wish to speak on this item if the committee is prepared to carry it?
Good morning, Mr. Chair. We do not wish to speak to it.
Okay, thank you, Robert.
Thanks.
So on the report recommendations, are they carried?
Carried.
Carried.
Carried. All right, I'm making it through this. 4.13 is a zoning bylaw amendment for 25 Pickering Place and 1330 Avenue K in Alta Vista. There are no delegations registered. Any requests from councillors to hold this item? Councillor Cloutier?
Mr. Chair, no, I do not wish to hold it. I just want to apologize that my comments are, by my own error, are not in the report. I'm supportive of the application. It is just east of the Via train station, ideal for intercity and intracity commuters, adjacent to bicycle paths and arterial roads in the 417. I am supportive of the application. I just wanted my colleagues to know that.
Okay, and I see James Ireland is here representing the applicant. James, if the committee is prepared to carry this, does your group wish to speak on it today?
Don't need to speak. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you. So on the report recommendations, are they carried?
Carried.
Carried.
Okay. Item number 4.14, a zoning bylaw amendment for 1802 and 1804 Saint Laurent Boulevard, also in Alta Vista Ward. We have no delegations registered. We do have the applicants for this file here. Are there any requests from councillors to hold this item? Okay, Councillor Cloutier, you are unmuted, just a heads up there. We have Tyler Yakachuk and Miguel Tremblay, who are here representing the applicant. If the committee is prepared to carry this item, Miguel or Tyler, do you wish to speak on it today?
We don't need to speak, thank you, but only to thank the counselor for all his efforts, especially on the consultation aspects. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So are the report recommendations for this item carried?
Carried.
Carried, thank you. 4.15 is a zoning bylaw amendment for 150 Canada Avenue in Canada North. There are no delegations registered. We do have the applicants here. Are there any requests from committee members to hold this item? Councillor Curry.
Not to hold, Mr. Chair, but I hope councillors read my comments on this because, I wanted to say that the developers were wonderful to work with, and the building will be a beautiful building and it'll have tremendous amounts of housing close to transit. However, it will require cutting down so many beautiful trees, which right now are so gorgeous. And it's right beside a retirement home, very close to other retirement homes that will have to endure the blasting because it's predominantly rock. And I know these things happen before you are appointed or elected, but that land was sold fairly recently and for good reason, for our OP, all the rest of it. But it is hard to watch and hard to take for the community. And community member did write, Teresa Poliso, and I hope you read it carefully when we have to make future decisions. But I do want to thank Lisa Stearns so much for her help on this file.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Curry. Paul Robinson is here representing the applicant. If the committee is prepared to carry this item, do you wish to speak?
No, I do not need to speak.
Okay, thank you. So on the report recommendations, are they carried?
Carried.
Carried.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Item number 4.16 is a zoning bylaw amendment for 56 Capilano Drive. We do have delegations registered, so we will hold item 4.16. Item 4.17 is a zoning bylaw amendment for 25 Fair Oaks Crescent, and we do have a public delegation registered, so we will hold this item. Item 4.18 is a zoning bylaw amendment for part of 1 and 7 Sherrill Road and part of 5 Majestic Drive. This is a staff initiated zoning bylaw amendment. There is a technical motion on this. Welcome, Co-Chair Moffat. You're just in time to read the technical motion.
It's the only reason I came today. Whereas report ACS 2022 PIE EDP 0032 recommends that development be prohibited to protect lands needed to accommodate the Barrhaven Light Rail Transit Corridor. And whereas discussions between the city and the landowner further refined the location of the lands which need to be protected from development and clarified what development should be prohibited, therefore be it resolved that the following change be made to the staff report. 1, that document 1 be replaced with the attached location map zoning key plan. And 2, that item 2B of document 2 be replaced with the following, and then the following is there. Therefore be further resolved that there be no further notice pursuant to section 3417 of the Planning Act.
Okay. Any requests from councillors to hold this item for questions or discussion? Not seeing any. Okay, so on the technical motion from Co-Chair Moffat, is that carried?
Carried.
Carried.
Carried. And the report then is amended. Report recommendations as amended. Is that carried?
Carried.
Carried.
Carried. Thank you. 4.19 is the Greenfield Residential Land Supply mid-2021 update. We'd be receiving this report. Are there any requests from councillors to hold this item?
Yes, Chair. I think just given the provincial legislation, be wise to hold this for brief discussion.
Yep, for sure. We'll hold 4.19. Staff have a presentation that they can give as well. Item number 5.1 is a 2022 amendment for the Village of Manotick area specific development charges background study. This was also at ARAC, Agriculture and Rural Affairs Committee, on September 29th, where it was carried. Are there any requests to hold this item for discussion? 5.1? No, then are the report recommendations carried?
Carried.
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 And item 6.1 is the status update, planning committee inquiries and motions for the period ending October 14th, 2022. Recommendation that the planning committee receive this report for information. Is this report received?
Received.
Received. Okay, thank you. So we've gone through our consent agenda. Took 20 minutes just to go through the consent agenda. Councillor Brockington, I know you have a commitment this morning and just wanted to let our committee members know.
Thanks, Chair. Yes, I'm just scooting off to AMO at 10 o'clock virtually for a morning meeting. It's fairly important. I'll be right back as soon as that's over, but if I could kindly ask if the matter of 1111 Prince of Wales be held until I come back, that would be much appreciated. Thank you.
Yep, absolutely. Thank you, Councillor Brockington. Okay, so we will go back now to items that we held and we'll go in order. So going back, the first held item was number 4.5. This was the zoning bylaw amendment for 2006, 2020, and 2026 Scott Street and 314, 318 Athlone Avenue. This is in Kitchissippi Ward. We have a brief staff presentation. We'll start with that, and then we'll go to the applicant for a presentation, and then we'll go to our public delegations. So we'll begin with a staff presentation. Lorraine Stevens is the planner on this file. Good morning, Lorraine. Lorraine, you're on mute, and we'll just get your slides up on the screen from Kelly. Lorraine, I'm not hearing you. You might still be on mute there.
Can you hear me now?
Yep. Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you. Through you, Chair. Good morning, everyone.
Can I just stop you? Your sound is really distorted. I don't know if there's a way you can maybe reduce the volume on your mic or move a bit away from your mic, but it's really distorted sound right now.
Is that better?
It's a little bit better.
I'm not sure what else to do. The mic is I have the headset on, so it shouldn't be.
Okay. Well, why don't we forge ahead, and I've just turned down the volume a bit on my computer and it helps, but we'll let you continue.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. I am Lorraine Stevens, and I'm here to present on and answer questions regarding the rezoning of 2006, 2020, and 2026 Scott Street and 314 and 318 Athlone Avenue. Next slide. This is the location map. The subject site is at the corner of Scott Street and Athlone Avenue in proximity to the future Westboro O-Trade station. And currently the site is occupied by the Granite Curling Club, a 2 single-story commercial units, a single detached dwelling, and semi-detached dwelling. Next slide. From left to right, these views are from 1, the Scott Street and Athlone Avenue intersection, 2, from Scott Street looking east, 3, from Athlone Avenue looking north, 4, from the site looking north, 5, from Ashton Street looking east, and 6, from Lions Park looking north. Next slide. Excuse me. This graphic illustrates the evolution of the design for this project. The original proposal was for 3 towers of 20, 30, and 40 stories. Then the design saw a reduction of skyplane impact and increase in tower separation via building rotation and relocation of mass. The design also moved to 2 buildings with separate podiums and towers of 40 stories each, and in transition in height towards the neighborhood to the south. Next slide. Here are the renderings of the proposed project. You'll note that the focus is not on design specifics, but focuses on massing, transition, and connectivity. The design detail will be more of a focus as we move through the site plan control process, which includes going back before the urban design review panel. Next slide. Planning staff recommend approval of the zoning bylaw amendment application for this site to facilitate the construction of 2 40-story mixed-use buildings. This development will provide approximately 800 dwelling units and a mix of other uses. Next slide. The proposed rezoning will rezone the majority of the lands to traditional Main Street, leaving 10% of the land zoned as community leisure facility zone, which will become an extension of Lions Park. The site-specific traditional Main Street zoning is to include, among other things, a maximum gross floor area of 73,000 square meters, a minimum tower separation of 25 meters, and a maximum vehicle parking rate per dwelling unit of 0.6 spaces. The maximum building heights and minimum yard setbacks will be required as per a schedule attached to the zoning, and a holding symbol is also to be applied. Next slide. This is a schedule that will be part of the zoning for maximum permitted building height and maximum required setbacks. You'll note that there is a technical motion to replace the schedule with this one. This version clarifies for Area D for a 4-story feature to be incorporated above the 2nd story. This schedule reflects maximum heights and setbacks for podium and tower portions of the building. Next slide. The holding symbol applies to all uses and may not be removed until such time as a site plan application has been approved, satisfying these listed items through conditions or approved plans. Number 1, the facilitation of an adequate built form transition from the high-rise buildings to the low and mid-rise heights at the rear of the subject property, generally providing a 45-degree angular plane from the yard setbacks, and this is despite the setbacks shown on the schedule. The final design and location of the 4-story connection feature to be determined through site plan review, including consideration from the Urban Design Review Panel. The inclusion of a publicly accessible at-grade connection to Lions Park, including a public access easement. Transit demand management strategies to be included to ensure that the development supports active transportation, legalization of a stormwater easement if required, and conditions related to the 10% parkland dedication and a strategy for public consultation on the design of an expanded Lions Park. Note that partial removal of the holding symbol may be considered to provide for phased development. Next slide. The policies noted on this slide support the proposed rezoning, and further details of the rationale is given within the report. Next slide. Thank you for your time. If you have any questions, you can bring them forward now. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Lorraine. We will come back to you for questions in a few minutes, but we're going to go now to the applicants for a presentation. We have several of the applicants here: Patrick Bisson, Ken Hopner, Tyler Yakuchuk, Miguel Tremblay, and Cyril Leader. I'm not sure who of the group is doing the presentation, but we'll give clerk's team just a moment to bring them all into the panelist room.
Good morning.
Good morning, Miguel. Are you the lead for the presentation?
No, given that the staff have already outlined all of the policies, we can respond to those in the question segment, but we thought that Patrick Bisson from Barry Holman Architecture could provide a more fulsome discussion on the design evolution.
Okay. Yeah. Good morning, Patrick. And we've got the slides up on the screen. So whenever you're ready.
Right. Great. So thank you very much, everybody. So today, as discussed, we're reviewing 2026 Scott Street. Lorraine has gone through a lot of the context slides, so we can just skip ahead a few slides here. Keep going, and then we can stop here. So basically, this illustration just represents the very active development that is occurring along Scott Street. Obviously, we're not the only project submitting for higher densities along Scott Street. Next slide, please. So we've been at this for quite some time with the client group. Next slide, please. I think we started this process back in 2018, where we first proposed a scheme that was trying to retain the Granite Curling Club on site. That didn't go anywhere, and after that, our client decided to look at the opportunity to acquire the corner lot at Athlone and Scott Street. Next slide, please. So at which point we looked at a variety of different studies to redevelop the property and seeking densities that met our targets. Next slide. In 2021, we ended up with a 3-tower scheme. As Lorraine mentioned, that scheme has evolved to a 2-tower scheme based on a lot of feedback we had gained through public consultations and meetings with the community. Next slide, please. So this was the basically the sort of palette we developed for the 3-tower scheme. Next slide. And which brings us to our current proposal. And Lorraine went through the general massing strategy, but basically what we attempted to do was reorganize the site while keeping the main feature, which was the connection from Scott Street to Lions Park, which is a very important aspect of this development. Next slide, please. Basically, absorbing one of the towers in one of the remaining towers allowed us to maintain what our projected yields would be, but also retain the important gesture that was the connection to Lions Park. Obviously, the site is kitty corner to the future LRT station, which is important in terms of what the yield is offering and aligns itself with city policies. Next slide, please. So currently, our proposed development seeks to add 818 units. I think the main takeaway from this slide is basically the ratio of units that we're offering. Basically, in the 2 towers, we're looking at a rough ratio of 10% studios, 60% 1-bedrooms, and about 30% 2-bedrooms, which is a pretty significant offering in terms of larger units that could fall in the family unit range. And basically, those units range from roughly 850 square feet to about 1,200 square feet, depending on the unit layout. Next slide, please. Basically, this is a illustration of our connection to Scott Street. I mean, we envision the redevelopment of Lions Park as an extension of what we would be doing on site. Obviously, this is a projection, and we'd like to work with the city to expand that idea, but basically to really create a common gesture throughout the site connected to Scott Street. Next slide, please. Next slide. So volumetrically speaking, this is what we're looking at. Next slide. 2 forms of 40 stories each with a transitional component as it faces Lions Park. Next slide, please. And basically, the number 2 here is a sort of a elaboration of the idea of creating a feature amenity component. We call it the amenity bridge. Whether they're connected together or not remains to be seen, but basically this would be a signature piece that would highlight the development. Next slide, please. So in terms of that feature amenity level, we're really looking at this as a feature component for the building as it creates a presence along Scott Street. Next slide, please. Again, just an example of what we could imagine there as an amenity feature component. Next slide. And basically, as we develop this, we're constantly thinking about how to integrate, obviously, this large development in a sensitive manner to the existing fabric of the community and trying to elaborate the architecture in a sensitive manner to address the idea of transition. Next slide, please. Basically, some aspirational images about how we foresee treating the transitional piece that fronts onto Lions Park. Next slide, please. Some notional ideas of how we imagine the public space connection occurring between our 2 buildings and Lions Park. Next slide. Some landscape textual images. Next slide, please. And obviously, animating the ground floor is extremely important in this scenario, and we'll be aiming to make sure that mixed uses and programming is appropriately employed on the ground floor to ensure animation. Next slide.
Patrick, you're at time,
Yes.
so if you could wrap up with this
Sure.
slide.
Hey, we're
Thank
good.
you.
If there's any questions, we can come back to the slideshow.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. So we have two public delegations, and then we'll come back to questions for the applicant and questions for staff after that. Our two delegations are Heather Mitchell and Hing Chong. So we will begin with Heather Mitchell. Welcome, Heather. So you'll have 5 minutes to present to the committee, and then followed by any questions from committee members or councillors. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you, councillors, for listening to me. My name is Heather Mitchell. I'm from the Westboro Community Association, so I represent a lot of the neighbors around the area. The two towers provide a more open project at the ground level, and we appreciate that from the original concept that they came up with. And we appreciate the public access from Lions Park to Scott Street. That's really quite crucial in our mind. However, although we welcome the capital investment plan for Lions Park, two 40-story towers with 850 dwellings, along with an already approved 30-story tower, which you've seen in the pictures right next door on an adjacent property, we feel is simply too much intensification. We would prefer a single tower. It's an awful lot for us to swallow, councillors. I know it's happening up and down Scott Street. It's just an awful lot for this corner of Westboro to accept. The various reports included in this submission make many references to pedestrian and cycling safety, and that's great. We're concerned there's a lack of community amenities around this and all of what's happening on this corner. Again, Dover Court recreational facility is a little bit further away. That could be an issue for adding all these people here, hopefully, of which are a good blend of families. We're disappointed in the applicant's response to the provision of affordable housing. I know it's a hot topic, and I'm going to leave the councillor to talk more about that. But I just want you to know that the community also feels, with all these towers going up, there's still, again, we're not getting any real, it's seemingly effort here to make them affordable in a very real way. People consider Westboro as a very well-off neighborhood, but I can tell you there are people in this neighborhood who need assistance. And people who want to move into Westboro and near all this transit are not going to be, come from all kinds of different backgrounds. So I'd like to have you listen to the councillor who'll talk more about that. The applicant, the planned access to the garage parking via Athlone, we're very leery of that. We don't care for that. We believe it should be located along Scott Street. Visitor parking is planned for 0.1 spaces, which is clearly insufficient and will result in on-street parking in all nearby local streets. It continues to be an issue in Westboro. Pardon me while I scroll my notes, councillors. More work and consultation, and this is key, needs to be conducted around those step downs or setbacks with the 2- and 3-story dwellings that flank this development. We ask that this project not be approved until this has been thoroughly reviewed, the community has been consulted, and we have a more effective approach. In conclusion, although the revised project gives some relief by removing one of the towers, the community has not had sufficient time to review and discuss this revised plan, which of course went through the whole through the election period. We simply haven't had a time to really have a good solid look at it. Thank you very much for listening to me. I look forward to your discussion.
Thank you, Heather. Councillor Leeper has a question for you.
Thanks, Heather, and obviously nothing unexpected in the in your comments there. I am generally supportive of the application with the two towers being a better proposal than the 3 towers. I don't think it suffocates the site as much. I did want to ask though one thing, I guess that I'm not sure if you and I have had a chance to talk about, because of course the last 2 months have been a bit of a whirlwind for all of us. You mentioned access to the parking from Scott Street. There's a fairly constant flow now of cyclists who are going by this block. Do you not feel that would make it less safe if access were off Scott?
That's a fair point. So I guess it's a matter of having to balance off safety, who gets the most range of safety. I think that's something we have to look at. Again, it gets back to more consultation with the community. If we could look at that a lot more carefully. I know the residents on the street are very stressed already.
Of course.
you know, it's just one more stressor. On the other hand, we do want Scott to have that wonderful, that's already started with the cycling infrastructure, which we really think is terrific. So again, more consultation on that would be great. And again, having this push through during this time when we haven't had a chance to really go through these things carefully. We'd like to have a bit more discussion on that. Thanks,
Yeah.
Jeff.
No, thank you very much, Heather.
Okay, thank you. I'm not seeing any more questions. So thank you, Heather, for your presentation this morning. Our next speaker is Hing Chong. Is Hing with us, Kelly?
I think he just needs to accept the prompt.
Okay.
Yeah, he's still in the waiting room.
Hing, if you're able to, you need to accept the prompt to become a panelist so that we can see you and hear you on the screen.
I think he's in now, maybe.
Hing, are you with us? Oh,
Sorry, Mr. Chair. I think he dropped off the call. We'll
okay.
try and get him back.
Okay, let's try to reconnect and we can try to come back to him later in this item. I believe there is a technical motion attached to this item. Do you have that, Kelly, that we can bring up on screen?
Mm-hmm. Apologies, Mr. Chair. Just bear with me for a moment.
Yep. Okay, there it is. Technical motion, co-chair Moffat.
Thank you. Whereas report ACS 2022 PIEPS 0130 recommends council approve a zoning bylaw amendment to permit 2 40-story mixed-use buildings along Scott Street and Athlone Avenue. And whereas staff have identified technical errors with respect to document 3 in reference to the schedule areas, and whereas the recommended building heights are not changing as a result of this technical error, therefore be it resolved that with respect to this report, document 3 be replaced with the revised document 3 enclosed. Therefore be further resolved that there be no further notice pursuant to section 3417 of the Planning Act.
Okay, thank you. So Kelly, if you can let us know once we're able to reconnect with Hing Chong, and we can go back to the public delegation later, but let's move on right now to questions for the applicants. There's a number of representatives here, and any questions from councillors for the applicant team. Councillor Leeper.
Thank you very much, Chair, and good afternoon or good morning to all of you. I do have a number of questions. I'm going to start with some factual ones, quickly first. One of the notes that I've been receiving from a few different people is with respect to the energy efficiency of the building. People are concerned that we shouldn't be building these tall towers, that they are energy inefficient. I'm wondering to what standards you'll be held with respect to ensuring the greatest possible energy efficiency.
I guess I can field that question. Basically, I mean, we will be striving to meet the Ontario Building Code, building efficiency. I believe it's 20% greater than what's currently required. Our team is currently exploring alternate means of heating. Basically, we're exploring the geothermal avenue. And so this will be things that will become a bit more clear as we move on. But I mean, the building efficiency is important for the client in terms of managing this property for years to come. So it's in everybody's best interest to have a well-performing building.
One of the things that I saw in the presentation that you just made is with respect to the park. And there's a lot of confusion around the park and how that's going to be handled. I just want to confirm that, you know, we have a required amount of parkland that you as the developer are required to convey free and clear to the city, that you have conveyed that land as part of this development proposal. And I just want to hear as well that it is up to the city to determine how that is going to be actually programmed at the end of the day, and that you're not proposing to impose a new park design on Lions without the city's say so.
No, that's correct. So we have given the 10% parkland dedication as part of this development. I mean, it would be fantastic for us to be able to work with the city as we develop our project and to be able to integrate our landscape component as part of a potential park development in Lions Park. So if that option is there, we would love to entertain that as we move forward to create just a better environment for everybody.
But ultimately, the public parkland, as now enlarged, it is going to be up to the city to determine how it wants to use that.
That is correct.
Yeah, and I'll be asking city staff the same question. So now the piece that is very much on my mind. This is one of the prime locations in Ottawa. You are across from Westboro Transit Station. It is eminently walkable to all the amenities that are being offered on Richmond Road. You can walk to the Farm Boy. You can walk to the Loblaws for groceries. You can walk to Westboro Beach. You can walk to the Winter Trail. There are very few locations in the city that offer such a rich variety of amenities. And my concern on Scott Street is that all of these riches are going to be available only to the most affluent people in Ottawa, because there's little leverage that we have as a city to try to require you to rent units for less than what the market would bear. And at this location, the market will bear a fairly significant rent if you chose to do that. What is your commitment to ensuring that we have some units that are affordable to a broader, I hesitate to use the term, but to a broader middle class, so that it isn't only the most affluent who can afford to rent here?
Thanks for the question. I'll hand that over to our client group.
It's Cyril. Just to say that you know, we're committed to 15% of the units, which is on this project is over 120 units being affordable units, and another 30% plus being family-sized units. So we know there's a housing crisis, and I think we're being responsible in having half our units address that either as affordable or as family units. So, and as you know, Councillor, the province announced some new legislation that they will be introducing, and we committed to you that we will review that legislation, and if it allows us to add more affordable units, we certainly will do that, and we'll meet with you to report on what that new legislation says and whether or not there's an ability there to add more than the 15%.
Now, just in terms of helping folks who are listening to this meeting understand, you could probably get, easily $2,200 a month for a one-bedroom unit here. What, if you are offering at an affordable rate, would be the rent on, say, a one-bedroom?
It's about 40% less than that, and I don't have the exact number. Patrick, is it $1,530 a month? Is that the kind of the threshold for that test?
I believe so.
So it's not 2,200, about 1,500, Councillor.
Now, the legislation that was introduced yesterday, I know we're all trying to wrap our minds around what exactly it does and means, and I'm hoping actually to hear from staff a little bit later on in terms of what our next steps are on that legislation. It does things like introduce caps on inclusionary zoning. if caps on affordable units in transit proximate developments are introduced, are you still committed to ensuring that we have, say that 15% number here?
Yeah, that's certainly our intention. And, we're like you, we haven't really had a chance to see any details on what the province is proposing, but an important part of our project is making sure we qualify for at least 15% affordable housing, and that's certainly our intent.
Okay. Is it your commitment?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to take you at your word on that. And then the final set of questions I just have are around what the building looks like. Today, we are approving a box, and there's some further refinement that needs to take place, and there's going to be some public consultation, I think, around the transition elements before we lift the holding zone from the neighborhood that is just to the south on Athlone. What is this building finally? What is your hope that it's finally going to look like? At 2 40-story buildings, it's going to be skyline defining. It cannot be just a straight box going up into the sky. What is our assurance that this building, if it's going to define the skyline, is going to define the skyline in a positive way? Obviously, Mr. Hoban's involvement and that of his office gives me some confidence. But is it your intention to continue with Hoban as an architect on this file? And what can you tell me about what this building is finally going to look like?
Well, I can answer the first question. The answer is yes. I've been working with Barry since he built my first house for me in 1988. So he's a good friend, and Patrick's done a great job in this. So that's certainly our intention. And I'll let Patrick talk to where we plan to go on the design of the building in the future.
Thanks, Cyril. Obviously, we're very well aware of its presence in the skyline, and it is our intention to develop 2 towers that will complement the skyline. I mean, I will be looking at these 2 towers for the rest of my life and career. So it's certainly my objective to make sure that we develop 2 towers that will be, that will look fantastic. I mean, it's a bit early stages still at our end in terms of what the buildings are going to look like, but I know that certainly with the defining amenity bridge element, obviously the animation of the podium and the way we define the tower components. I mean, all these 3 components will work together to result in a great looking tower development. Like I said, it's still early days here. We're still working on the architecture itself, but we're committed to proposing something that will add character to the city skyline.
I am concerned sometimes because we see good intentions with respect to design, and we see even renderings that are shown to the public, and then they value engineer the heck out of them so that they don't look as wow as they should. And I'll be asking staff about what kind of controls we have to ensure that site plan doesn't move forward or site plan isn't approved until we have something that is appropriately distinctive and appropriately positive for the skyline, because these ones will be define that skyline, and you'll be visible from everywhere in Gatineau and across the river and from the south and coming in from Canada. They're going to be important. Yep. Chair, I'm going to leave it there. I appreciate the answers. Thank you very much.
I saw Miguel Tremblay's hand pop up in the middle of one of the responses. So Miguel, go ahead.
Well, just to give the committee a little bit of comfort, we do have an obligation through site plan to go back to the UDRP. We went there already for the building form, but we will have to do a formal review as part of our site plan. And I think it's been made obvious to us that their focus will be both on the transition to the lower floors and at the same time, the upper portions of the building. While they were excited about the 4-story amenity bridge, they also signaled that they will be scrutinizing the building from a skyline perspective. So you will have the opportunity to rely on your UDRP as well as your design staff to finalize that design. Thank you.
Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Curry.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Some of my questions have been partially answered. Even Councillor Leeper made a few references to ongoing community consultation. I always worry when I hear a community association member come and say that there wasn't enough consultation, because it's either maybe because their ideas weren't listened to and heard and they didn't get what they wanted, that there wasn't seen to be enough consultation, or maybe it was that there wasn't any consultation. And so I just want an understanding of what consultation was there and what consultation is planned going forward, knowing that site plan is potentially something we don't have a lot to say about.
I can maybe take an early stab at that if you'd like, because I did forward a letter to planning committee prior to late last night, I guess, but just to itemize that a little bit, in the consultation started about 3 years ago. Patrick alluded to some of those early discussions as to whether the curling club should be retained on site, or is there other options. That consultation took place over the previous years before submission. Then we did have a public meeting, which was attended by about 60 people. Prior to that, the UDRP was open to the public as well. The materials were posted on the municipal website. I fully recognize that the election puts the councillor in a difficult position with respect to having, direct discussions with his community, but and then today is a final opportunity for the community to input into that discussion. And we've had, one and a half delegations, I suppose. So thank you.
Mr. Chair, so thank you for that. I think Councillor Lieber has something to say, but I think also some of the comments today were about site plan, about some of the finer details. And so I guess I want assurances as well, and maybe Councillor Lieber will have more to say, but that there will be some more opportunities for the community to be involved. So one will be the UDRP, I think you're saying, and maybe will there be something else that's more formal, or just general, send in emails and let us know what you think?
Yeah, I think I could answer that. We're not required to bring the site plan back for public consultation other than at UDRP, but we will bring it back to the community for comments before we go to UDRP. We think that's the right thing to do as a good community citizen, and get the input before we go to UDRP. So we're going to make that commitment that we will come back to Heather and the community association, to the councillor, that will come back with the site plan for comments.
Thanks, Cyril. I think that's a good idea too. Thank you very much for that.
Okay, thanks, Councillor. Back to Councillor Lieber.
Thanks, and really briefly, I need to take advantage of this question from Councillor Curry to note that it is kind of crazy that we move ahead with these big controversial development applications through an election. The developers obviously can rely on statutory deadlines that are within the Planning Act, but we don't have a writ period. And I think everyone around this table knows that I have a constant, easy, informal dialogue going back and forth with my community to talk about developments and how they can best put their case, none of which I've been able to do for the last month. If anyone from the province is listening, when it comes to big controversial development files, we need a pause ahead of elections so that we can properly represent and properly serve and properly respond to concerns of our residents. This second resubmission, I believe, was made public in September. It does not give me any time to host another public meeting. It doesn't give me time to talk to staff. Any time that I'm spending on the file is time that councillors who are candidates are spending away from the door. We're really conflicted during an election period. So if anyone from the province is listening, we could use a bit of a break on these files, and the establishment of something looking like a writ period would be extremely helpful.
Yeah, well said, Councillor Lieber. And it's remarkable that in a planning committee with 20 files, we have fewer than 10 delegations. And I got to think part of that is our inability to communicate with residents through newsletters and the usual channels during the 60-day blackout period. I know there's other ways staff can communicate to people who have previously provided comments or attended meetings, but there's still a lot of people who probably are not aware of this meeting and the applications in their communities. So thanks for raising that, Councillor. I'd like to see if we can go back to Hing Chong. to see if we can hear her comments before we move on to questions for staff. Kelly?
Still not accepting the prompt, although I did allow her to speak. So I'm not sure if she is able to.
Hing, are you with us? Can you join the panel or unmute your microphone?
I will follow up with Hing after the meeting if she'd like to provide written comments. We can
circulate them before council. Well, I know we did receive comments from
Yes, we did,
Ping
you're right.
Chung. Maybe if you could just recirculate that to committee so that it's handy for committee members. And it's unfortunate sometimes with Zoom that we can't make the connections work, and apologize that we weren't able to have our delegation speak today. Let's move on to questions for staff on this item. Councillor Leeper, lead us off.
Thank you. I don't have a ton of questions for staff on this one, except with respect to, I do want to hear from staff on the park and just understand, because the proximity or the adjacency to Lions Park has been a controversial aspect of this development proposal. It's been through a lot of iterations through the past couple of years. Kevin, are you getting as much land as you're supposed to get? And is it going to be added as a simple addition to the Lions Park rectangle for you to program as you think is in the public interest?
Through you, chairs, the answer is a unqualified yes, Councillor. We are receiving the 10% that is required by the park dedication bylaw. It is being added as a basic rectangle to the park, so it's an extension of the park towards the north in a uniform direction. And then we will follow our traditional new park development process, which includes consultation, design, charrette, etc.
Now, the developer has expressed a wish that there be some kind of transition from their property into the park that is harmonious. Will they have the opportunity to participate in those consultations as well?
Yes, so there will be two sides to it. The park is in and of itself a park. However, there's also the site plan approval process where we'll be working with the developer to look at what is the interface, how does it work? So there's two parts to it, because as you know, site plan approval will have a very technical process. The parkland dedication and then subsequent development is after site plan is approved.
Yep. And then there is an open space now from Scott Street leading straight through to Lions Park. I'm assuming that through the site plan process, we're going to ensure that that is an attractive way potentially to draw people into the park. So how is that factoring into your thinking about what you'd like to see in terms of the interface at the property line?
That is something I'll be working with colleagues in urban design to address as well, because being that it's going to be it's an open space, it's a privately owned space, but how do we integrate that with park, or how do we define between what's public and private? That's a very detailed discussion that we will need to have during the site plan approval process.
Yeah, and I'd like to know that our parks planners will be at the table through that site plan discussion, and from the sound of it, you will be.
Correct.
Okay. No, that's those are my questions for staff. Thank you very much, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions for staff? Okay, I am seeing none. So we had the technical motion that was introduced previously. Is the technical motion carried?
Carried.
Carried, thank you. So then on the main report as amended, zoning bylaw amendment for 2006, 2020, 2026 Scott Street and 314, 318 Athlone Avenue are the report recommendations as amended. Carried.
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 Carried. Okay, thanks everyone for the discussion. We'll move on to the next held item. This is a zoning bylaw amendment for 951 Gladstone Avenue and 145 Loretta Avenue North. So we have two public delegations on this item, and we also have representatives from the applicant and from Canadian Banknote as well, who have an interest in this file. There's a motion from Councillor Leeper, and why don't we start with that motion and introduce that from the get-go here, and then we'll go to a presentation from Lorraine again as a city planner. So let's start with the motion. We'll get it up on the screen.
Thank you very much, staff. Whereas the zoning bylaw amendment application for 951 Gladstone Avenue and 145 Loretta Avenue North was submitted to the City of Ottawa in 2018, whereas the City of Ottawa transitioned from the former provisions of Section 37 of the Planning Act to Community Benefits Charge bylaw as of August 31st, 2022, whereas the applicants have agreed to provide significant community contributions at the proposed development beyond what is required by the Community Benefits Charge bylaw to be secured via a holding symbol applied to the subject lands. Therefore, be it resolved that the community benefits charge shall not be imposed on the subject lands of 951 Gladstone Avenue and 145 Loretta Avenue North, and therefore be it further resolved that this exemption shall be considered null and void if no building permit is issued within 5 years of passing of this zoning bylaw amendment. Colleagues, just quickly by way of explanation, the provincial changes to the community benefits charge regime meant that we were, as a city, in a position to require far fewer dollars for community benefits charge. This has been a long file, and we've been working towards a very significant benefits package that would help ensure that the artists who are currently in the building and some of the buildings adjacent would have a long period of subsidized below market rent. In addition to money going into some local pedestrian bridge infrastructure and affordable housing. Despite the fact that we can no longer compel the developer to provide the benefits at that same level, the developer has agreed to continue with really substantially most of the community benefits that we've been talking about before the change was imposed by the province. So this motion is simply in recognition of the fact that they'll be contributing well over and above what they are required to.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Leeper. So we're going to start with the staff presentation and then an opportunity for the applicants to present and then our public delegations. So Lorraine will bring your presentation up on screen and over to you.
Okay, and I'm hoping I improved the issues with the sound.
Yes, that sounds a lot better. Thank you.
Great, thanks. So through your chair, good morning, everyone. I'm here to present and answer questions regarding the rezoning of 951 Gladstone Avenue and 145 Loretta Avenue North. Next slide. The subject site is located in the Hintonburg neighborhood. It is approximately 1 hectare in size with 95 meters of frontage along Gladstone Avenue and 151 meters of frontage along Loretta Avenue. The site is bound by the O-Train corridor to the east and the future Corso Italia O-Train station, a 4-story artist studio, the Standard Bread building, and a 1-story light industrial building, the Gladstone Center. 2 2-story mixed-use buildings and surface parking lots are currently occupied the site. Next slide, please. Here is the view of the subject property looking north on Gladstone Avenue, and the second shot is a view of the subject property looking east on Loretta Avenue. Next slide. A site plan application has been provided concurrently with this zoning amendment application and is currently under review. This is the latest version and reflects the proposed rezoning. Next slide. Here are the renderings of the proposal. The first rendering is frontage along Gladstone. The second rendering is frontage along Loretta. And the bottom rendering is the Standard Bread building as it would be incorporated into the new development. Next slide. The Standard Bread Company building is situated on the subject property, and it was constructed in 1924 and is designated under Part 4 of the Ontario Heritage Act. this building is to be retained, rehabilitated, and to be a prominent component of the proposed development of the site. Next slide. Planning staff recommend approval of the zoning bylaw amendment for this project, which retains the heritage designated standard red building and includes 3 towers at heights of 30, 33, and 35 stories, with approximately 850 dwelling units and a mix of office and retail uses. Planning staff also recommend a Class 4 noise area designation of the subject properties. There is a known issue with respect to stationary noise emissions from the existing Canada banknote facility to the development and surrounding residential area. The Class 4 designation would appropriately facilitate the proximity of the Canada banknote operations with the development and allow the developments to coexist with higher noise thresholds. Next slide. The proposal is to rezone the site from general industrial zone, which currently has a permitted height limit of 11 meters, to a mixed-use center urban exception with a schedule and holding symbol and exception. Details of the recommended zoning include increasing the building heights up to 30, 33, and 35 stories with site-specific provisions to maintain the provision for light industrial uses limited to a brewery, and to provide for tower separation and allow outdoor commercial patios and provide a holding symbol. Next slide. Holding is not to be lifted until there's a confirmation of a relocation strategy for the existing artist tenants, confirmation of a secured affordable unit rent for the artist tenants for a period of 15 years with an approximate rent of 40% below market, $1 million contribution indexed upwardly from the date of council approval towards Ward 15 affordable housing, $1 million contribution indexed upwardly from the date of council approval towards the construction of the Laurel Street pedestrian bridge, construction of a multi-use pathway along the east side of the site north of Gladstone Avenue to the northern extent of the property limits, provisions for a public access easement on an area intended to serve as privately owned public space, a phasing plan should the project be developed in phases and providing for elements to be provided within each phase of development, and review of stationary noise study under the Class 4 noise area designation, identifying compliant noise levels and where mitigation is required, conditioned accordingly. Next slide. I would like to note that the report incorrectly indicated that the subject property was designated general urban area. This does not change staff's recommendation, as the secondary plan takes precedence over volume 1 of the official plan. New mixed-use centers may only be identified through a community design plan process and apply the target density for identified areas. During the review of this application, the Corso Italia Station District Secondary Plan was developed and takes precedence over volume 1 of the official plan. And in fact, the concurrent official plan amendment application filed with the rezoning is no longer required. Next slide. Thank you for your time. If there's any questions I can answer, I'd be glad to assist. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Lorraine. We'll come back to you after for questions. We'll go now to the applicants for a presentation. I know it's a long list of applicants. I'm not sure who is leading us through the presentation.
Bear with us, Chair, while we bring them into the room.
Yes. All right, starting to see people pop up on the screen. Good morning, everyone. So for the presentation, who's the lead from the applicant team?
I will be leading in terms of the presentation today, Mr. Chair.
Okay, good morning, Ursula. We'll get your slides up on the screen, and as soon as you see them, you can go ahead.
We do propose to go through the slides quite quickly. We thank staff for their thorough overview. Okay, so thank you. And so what we see here is the proposal from the southeast side. So in the foreground, we see the standard bread building, and then we see the 3 towers to the north. Towards the south of the site is Gladstone Avenue, and then we go north from there. Next slide, please. This is a ground level view from the building. If we could go to the next slide, please. This is the project team. Next slide, please. As we've already covered this with staff, we can see the site. So immediately to the east is the O-Train Trillium line. This is indeed a major transit node at which residential intensification is sought by the province and the city. Next slide, please. This gives us an idea of the larger context. So we can see just to the north is Bayview Station, and to the south we have Carling Station. Certainly an area of the city where a lot of intensification of uses, whether it's the new hospital or what have you, is indeed occurring. Next slide, please. These are some site photos. Next slide, please. These are the official plan policies and the zoning policies that we have available if you have questions in regards to it. Next slide, please. This shows the location of the site in context of the transit lines, both going north-south on the Trillium line, as we said, and we are 1 station south of the Confederation line. Next slide, please. This is an aerial view of the site. We can see Tower 1 to the south is on Gladstone, Tower 2 is in the middle of the site, and Tower 3 is to the north of the site. We can see that there's a multi-use pathway proposed between the site and the Trillium line. And then we have Loretta Avenue along the bottom of this page, which is Municipal Road. Next slide, please. This is the architect's rendering of what the 3 towers will look like. We can see there's descending height, the tallest being on Gladstone and decreasing as we proceed northerly. Next slide, please. This was shown but in the staff report. Next slide, please. Next slide. We're just showing you these quickly, and that way if there's any questions. So this is actually from the southwest side. So what we see is the lower level building on Gladstone and then the towers behind. Each of the towers are indeed, there are podiums below them, so it decreases the visual impact of the towers above. Next slide, please. Again, next slide. And next slide. So as referenced by staff, the multi-use, the pedestrian access is shown here in pink as going between the buildings. This is one of the POPs, so the publicly, privately owned public accessed green spaces. And that will be an access from Loretta over to the MUP. So what has been proposed, what has occurred is that there's been a very long process in order to get to where we are today. The project did go to UDRP once. Second UDRP submission was just a few weeks ago. The design has indeed been reflected to address comments that were received. There have indeed been discussions with some of the existing artists in terms of what that relocation strategy might be. And there have been extensive discussions that have occurred with the neighbor, which is Canada Banknote. Canada Banknote is located to the east. They are an existing industrial use. So some protections we do acknowledge are required in order to address that. But at the same time, we do think it's important to recognize that this site is ideally located for residential intensification, which is in accordance with the provincial interests as well as the city's interests. So it's been a very long process to get us to where we are. We do agree with the staff report, but we also acknowledge that there might be a few small changes that will be requested prior to council, just based on concluding some final discussions with Canada Banknote in particular. We think we're very close. We just weren't able to quite get it wrapped up before planning committee today. So subject to any questions you have with me, we do also have our planner from FOTEN, Scott Allen, as well as Todd Duckworth and Barry Hoban, the architects.
Okay, thank you, Ursula. Right on time. Appreciate that. We're going to go now to public delegations. First on the list is Sarah Dobbin, and Aaron Wise from Gladstone Clay Works. We'll give our clerks team a chance to bring them into the panelist room. Good morning, Sarah.
Good morning. I'm
Well,
just trying to see if Aaron has joined as well.
No, Chair, I don't see Aaron on the call.
Okay, perfect. I will go ahead then, unless we hear from him in the next moment. Okay. So my name's Sarah Dobbin. I'm representing Gladstone Clayworks. I'm the president of Gladstone Clayworks. Oh, he says he's here. Hold on. I do not see him in the list.
I just promoted, it was identified as volunteer support, not a name, so maybe that is Aaron.
Okay, perfect. If we could have Aaron speak, that would be wonderful. If not, I will continue.
I am here. I apologize. I am logging in on my work computer and I have the wrong Zoom account on.
Okay, well, we can see you and we can hear you, Aaron. So if you want to go ahead and address the committee, welcome.
Hi, I'm Aaron Wise and I'm representing Gladstone Clayworks. Gladstone Clayworks is an artist cooperative at 949B Gladstone Avenue in the basement of the Standard Bread Company building. We are one of nearly a dozen arts groups that support over 100 artists on the site proposed for development. We are extremely appreciative that both the developer and the city have recognized the nearly 30-year history of the site as a dynamic and important hub for arts production. Our 2,000 square foot pottery and ceramic cooperative has been operating out of the Standard Bread Company building for 19 years. Next year will be our 20th anniversary. Our budget is extremely modest. We operate on a self-sustaining model of providing affordable space for our artists and potters, and the revenues that we collect from our 25 artists in the form of membership dues go directly and predominantly to our rent. Our artists volunteer their time to ensure the operations of our studio. We are so grateful of the discussions that have led us to where we are today, which includes a promise that our artist members will be able to return once the building has been restored. We look forward to further discussions, but want to raise a few issues which are critical to us, primarily being affordable space and community benefits, operational solutions for unloading and loading on the site, zoning designations, and the support for artists who will not be included in the new development. Primarily for the affordable space and community benefits, we recognize that there are certain industry definitions of affordable. However, there is no definition of affordable in this planning document. The costs cited in discussions represent approximately a 15 to 18% increase in our annual rent, which will be borne directly by our artist members. Some have the capacity to pay, others do not. We try to keep rent as low as possible to allow those on fixed incomes and limited budgets to be able to practice their craft. While we recognize the unique nature of the arrangement proposed in the zoning amendment, and the 15 years seems like a long time, it would take our co-op nearly 30 years to build up enough reserves to be able to pay for the 2 moves and fitting up of a new space. Anything we can do now to help ensure our long-term sustainability is paramount. We look forward to continued discussions on how to extend the terms of the agreement as long as possible and hopefully beyond the 15 years that was noted. There have been no clear definitions of what resources will be available to cover relocating twice and the associated fit-up costs. This uncertainty makes us nervous as to how affordable this will really be in the whole grand scheme of the project. We are looking for a clear definition of affordable rent that includes independent measurable metrics. Additionally, we'd like to see the provisions to assist the necessary moves and fit-ups costs clearly outlined. Our second concern is loading and unloading. An operational solution of loading and unloading our supplies and creations to the basement parking garage of the neighboring building has been proposed. However, we feel that this may put some burden on our members to get things in and out of our space quickly or pay for parking, which can both be barriers for our members, which include seniors and people on fixed incomes. Our supplies arrive in bulk. The boxes of clay are 20 kilos each. Bags of ingredients to make glazes can be 25 kilos. Delivering these to our space using an underground garage of an adjacent building will be a significant challenge. We hope that there can be ongoing discussions about how to use city-owned space on the east side of the building adjacent to Corso Italia O train station. We'd like to see a layover loading unloading zone that allows our artists and other people to load in and out of the side of the building. I bring this up at planning committee meeting as it is an outside of the control of the developers. I would like some indication from the city as to how our cooperative could participate in the design of this space. Zoning designation, we are concerned that there is no mention of artist studios as permitted use in the zoning application. We would like assurances from the city that there would be nothing preventing us from continuing to produce our work in this location. And as mentioned earlier, there are over 100 artists served on the current parcel of land. Only those artists currently in the Standard Bread Company building will be able to return. About 30% will not be able to return because of the scope of community benefits agreement. Although this may be outside of the purview of the planning committee, we urge consideration of how to incorporate arts and artists in more developments moving forward. There is very little affordable space in the city where artists can produce their work. If we want a thriving arts community, we need space for people to practice their craft. It is well documented that the presence of art and artists improve the quality of life of neighborhoods and encourage a stronger tax base. Artists can and should be seen as economic drivers and included in the planning process.
Okay, thank you very much, Aaron. Councillor Leeper has a question.
Thank you very much. And Aaron, you raise a number of good points. There's further conversations to come with respect to finalizing that agreement with the artists, recognizing, of course, that the province has kind of cut a lot of things out from beneath us since this project began. And there's a limit to how much we'll be able to extract from the developer that for which we don't have leverage to require. So I'm pleased that we continue to have as long a period of subsidized rent as was suggested. But I just want to make sure that there is a site plan, I believe, that is working concurrently with this one. Are you in direct touch about the loading, unloading considerations with the developer?
I am not. Potentially Sarah, our president, has been. And also I noticed on the renderings today, there is a garbage truck turnaround at the back of the building that I had not been seeing any renderings previously. So potentially this could be also a loading, unloading zone.
Yeah. Okay, so what we'll come out with today, you've got my commitment to make sure that there is a productive discussion happening around that loading, unloading zone. So thank you for raising that.
I appreciate
it.
Okay, thank you. I'm seeing no additional questions. So thank you to Sarah and thank you to Aaron for being with us today. Our next speaker is Daniel Sharp, or Dan. Good morning, Dan.
Good morning. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Daniel Sharp. I'm a painter, a visual artist. I live in Ottawa. I'm speaking to you this morning as an individual artist, not as a representative of any artist organization. I do rent a studio from the Enriched Bread Artists nonprofit organization that currently leases space in the Standard Bread Company building. I'm a past president, former artistic director of Gallery 101 Artist Run Center. I'm a member of the Ottawa Arts Council. I'm retired from Global Affairs Canada, where I was the manager and curator of the Global Affairs collection of art for Canadian embassies and consulates abroad. I have submitted written comments on this report from the city planners, and I have a few brief words to add. Some of this was covered by the presentation by Lorraine and the landlord, but just to reiterate, as you know now, the property of Gladstone and Loretta is a hub of artistic activity that has developed over the past 30 years. In the Standard Bread Company building and the surrounding plaza are 60 artist studios, a ceramic art collective, Clayworks, 25 members there. There is a glass blowing cooperative, a music school, a music performance space, as well as fine furniture designers and fabricators, and a fine art conservation studio. Over 100 artists, as you've heard, will work on these properties, and they will all be dislocated by this development. All the artists will have to leave, and they will relocate to other places, to other neighborhoods, and perhaps to other cities. This report from the city planners explains that the developers actually have no legal obligation to provide any community benefits in exchange for the zoning amendments that they request. So you've heard all of that. The city planners can explain the rather extraordinary circumstances whereby the provisions of Section 37 of the Provincial Planning Act have expired, and they don't apply to this development, nor does the municipal community benefits charges bylaw. I think that was addressed also by Jeff Leeper in the earlier motion. Anyway, the landlord, we appreciate, wants to be seen as a community builder and good corporate citizen, and so has made some promises to the city, including the $1 million for the city's affordable housing fund and $1 million to the city for infrastructure to help build a pedestrian bridge over the train tracks at Laurel Street. And these community benefits, of course, are welcome and they're verifiable. And the landlord also sincerely wishes to have artists return and remain in the historic Standard Bread Company building for a period of time. My comments specifically have to do with the vagueness and of the wording of the promises in this report concerning the artists. And I would paraphrase the offer and the wording of the report as follows. There will be some kind of a relocation strategy, whatever that is, for the existing artist tenants, without knowing if that means assistance with locating suitable and affordable facilities for all or some or none of the artists, or if that means assistance with costs for packing and moving or not, and whether or not a letter of eviction with a clear date constitutes a relocation strategy. There is promised to be some kind of a rent arrangement for some artists, we don't know how many, for some amount of square footage not specified, for a period of 15 years at approximately 40% below some market rent level that is not specified. So this is an agreement between the landlord and the city of Ottawa, and the wording is unclear on what is being offered by the landlord, and the city does not know here what it is getting. How could that possibly turn out badly? So concerning the conditions and terms in this report, regarding the provisions that are supposed to ensure that artists will return and remain in the Standard Bread Company building, there's loads of good intention. There's promises, wishes, hopes. In the lack of specificity and criteria, anything could happen here. This uncertainty could be cleared up with more specific wording in the report, more details on what the landlord developer is offering, and what is the city getting. There's little doubt that this development will not go ahead. The city wants this development to go ahead. So we don't have no doubt about that. If this is approved though, without more specific wording, then Councillor Leeper, the other city councillors and the artists have absolutely no idea what will happen with this promise to ensure that artists will return. That's all I have to say at the moment. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dan, for your presentation. Are there any questions from committee members for Mr. Sharp? I'm seeing none. Thank you, Dan, for joining us today. Our next speaker is Gord McKechnie. Pardon me, Gord.
Morning. It's Gord McKechnie. I'm Executive President of Canadian Banknote Company. I know people keep calling us Canada Banknote, but we're not overly sensitive about that. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today. I really have one specific thing to say, and that is that it's really unfortunate that this is coming before your committee in the condition that it is at the moment. In our view, it's premature, and it's premature for one specific reason. There must be an agreement between us and the developer that ensures that we are not forced to pay the cost of this development in any way, shape, or form. Although counsel for the proponent has indicated progress has been made, we don't have an agreement yet. And the city's own rules and the Ministry of the Environment rules require that that be in place before this zoning change takes place. So my suggestion is that this should be put off to the next planning committee meeting so that that agreement can hopefully be arrived at. To put it in context, our facility is very important. I know this project is important to the city of Ottawa for many reasons. You know, intensification around transit nodes is something we're all anxious to see. But our facility is unique. It is the only source of Canadian passports for Canadians that want to travel. It is the only source of currency for Canadians. And maintaining our ability to operate unimpeded is absolutely critical, not just to the city and our 1,000 employees that we have in the city of Ottawa, but also to the country. And so rushing this through without that agreement being in place is a big mistake. And I would suggest that it's putting the cart before the horse. And this committee will remember that I've appeared before you before in relation to the OCH property. And I made the same submission at the same time. The result of that was because our only remedy in this planning process to ensure that we can continue to operate and not be ordered to be shut down by the Ministry of the Environment is to appeal. We had to appeal the OCH situation. Ultimately, it resolved through the Class 4 designation, but that lost us a year of affordable housing, and it cost our company $500,000 in legal fees. That is not the way to run planning in this city. And it's really unfortunate that we're at the 11th hour here. I have been pushing for years to get this agreement in place, and we're still not there. And the staff report glosses over the fact that it's missing. I don't understand it. On the plus side, staff have finally recognized that Class 4 is important. The engineers that have looked at this incompatibility between our use and the proposed use have said it will cost our company $7 million over the next 15 years to maintain compliance with Class 4. It is critically important to our company that we reach an agreement with the developer that we are not paying that money. It's also, I think, important to understand that there are other peripheral issues that have to be worked out here. There is an incompatibility here because of what we do. There's going to be backup beepers operating on every vehicle that moves in and out of our loading dock, which is directly across from the bedrooms of these people, all day long. The decibel reading of those backup beepers is something like 65 to 70 decibels. People are not going to be happy. So there's a lot of work that still has to be done in terms of reaching an agreement, not only with the developer, but working with the city to make sure all of the right provisions are in place, that people are not taken unawares that when they move into this facility, they're not going to be happy. And so we are pushing this ahead at the wrong time. Had we taken a pause the last time on OCH, we probably would have resolved it in a couple of weeks, and instead it took a year. I just don't understand why this is so important to push on at this stage. And I think it's a big mistake. It's critical to the country that our operations not be interrupted. And it has been our position all along that we wanted to be at the table. That was the case in OCH, and no one wanted to talk to us. And it's the case here. We have goodwill at the table now. We're making progress. But I've had many opportunities or many situations as a lawyer where we've got right to the point that the agreement was finally drafted and someone refused to sign. I need a signed agreement for this to be appropriate to come before your committee, because this is the only opportunity I get to appeal and to protect our business. And I think you've got your priorities wrong. So I'm asking you to adjourn this to the next planning committee and give the process time to resolve itself the way it should, and the way it should have in the previous case. That's really all I have to say. I realize this is a very important development. I appreciate the engagement of councillors on this topic. There's been a lot of effort by our organization to achieve an agreement, but we're not there yet. I don't have money in my pocket to pay for this. And as soon as you approve this, the responsibility is mine, not the developers. So I need all of that tied up with a bow, just as your rules require you to do. At the earliest opportunity is what it says in the rules. And now we're at the 11th hour, not at the earliest opportunity. It's
Board, you're at your 5-minute time, and there's a couple of questions from councillors. So I'll go to Councillor Leeper first.
Sure.
Thank you very much. Gord, I'm not sure if you are aware, there's been some significant discussion around this between CLV, myself, and CBN as well. I'll be looking to provide for staff to accept direction during the course of this meeting that there will be a holding zone put on the zoning by the time we get to the city council meeting that would require that agreement be in place before the zoning is finalized and the developer is allowed to move ahead. I'm not sure if that will satisfy you. It sounds like you want an agreement today, or else we defer. This development meets everything that was in the secondary plan. It's the kind of development we need in this area. But if it's any comfort at all, by the time we pass this zoning at City Council, we will, or if I have anything to do with it, we will have a hold on the zone that will require that agreement to be in place between yourselves and CLV.
I guess my question is, what happens if there's no agreement when it gets to council?
So
I have no appeal related to the lifting of a holding provision, none whatsoever.
Understood. My understanding is that you are having productive discussions, and if there's no agreement, then the zoning can't be lifted. The hold can't be lifted. So that's where we're standing today, and I know personally I feel comfortable with that.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Leeper. Chair Moffat.
Thanks. One of the things you mentioned on the OCH thing was that if you had 2 more weeks, you'd be able to get a deal done. It's 2 weeks between now and council. Can you not get a deal done?
OCH is quite different from this situation. In the case of OCH, there was no requirement. Once there was a class 4 designation, no one had to spend any money. It was completely ridiculous. This one has a $7 million price tag associated with it.
And so if you're not anywhere near, if you're nowhere near signing, or you feel maybe.
I won't say I'm nowhere near. I'm saying I don't have a signed agreement. At any point, I could not have an agreement at all. And what we need, and what's supposed to happen in the planning process that is, always seem to be ignored in Ottawa, is this needs to be done long before now. Not let's approve and then see if we get the stuff that's done that is legally required to be done. It's the wrong order to do things in.
I'm just not, no one's giving me any sort of certainty on a timeline. You want a deferral, but you really don't know until when. You just want a deferral until.
Well, I'm saying it's not ready now.
So we have to, certain timelines.
It should either be denied today because that provision is missing, or it should be deferred. I don't need the deferral, deny it, but I know you don't want to. And I don't really want you to, because I see there's lots of city interest in this development going ahead. We're not in the business of making life miserable for everybody. But our interests need to be protected, and they are legally required to be protected, and they are not protected yet.
What Councillor Leeper's suggesting to do does protect your interests. I realize that you might only feel it's protected if it's a guaranteed yes or no, or only through legal means. But I think what Councillor Leeper's trying to do is protecting your interest, and lifting a holding provision is far less expensive than going through any sort of appeal process.
My point is, you have the authority to lift. I don't have the authority to stop you from lifting it if I don't have this agreement in place where someone's agreed to pay for the costs that are associated with this development. And that hasn't happened yet. So this is premature.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Curry.
I had a conversation with Tim Mark on this. Is Tim on the call here? Does he have a comment on this, some advice for us on what to do here?
Well, why don't we come back to Tim when we get to questions for staff rather than now? I'd like to just keep with the applicants for now, and we'll come back to staff afterwards.
Okay, whatever you think, but I think that it might help to hear from him, Tim.
Any other questions for Gord? Okay, Christine McClegg is here as well. Christine?
Hi, I'm here.
Do you have a presentation or delegation?
Yep, we have a presentation. It basically just walks everyone through why the adjournment is needed at this time because an agreement is not in place. I will comment that CLV and CBN have been working together almost on a daily basis to try and secure a signed agreement. And it does appear that we are close, but as Gordon said, it's not signed yet. No one can make 100% guarantee that it would be signed by the time we go to council. Obviously, that's everyone's hope, but it's our opinion that it's premature until that agreement is in place. So I'll just take you through sort of an overview of everything so everyone is kind of up to speed. Next slide, please. So as you can see, the CBN property is just west of CLV, right across the street. So obviously the proximity presents the large concern here. Next slide, please. The CBN facility on Gladstone was built in it's actually the 1940s, not the 1960s. Apologies for that. It's about 80,000 square feet, has 400 direct high-paying jobs, and supports an additional 1,000 high-paying jobs. It's currently compliant with all noise regulations. The CLV site right now is an industrial zoned site. It's compliant with all noise regulations, and it is the sole producer of Canadian passports, along with other high security government documents, as well as currency, as Gord outlined. Next slide, please. So we know the rezoning is to go from an industrial site or to an industrial zone to a mixed use zone. And there is the recommendation to designate the site as class 4 within the meaning of the NPC 300 and the city's ENCG, which is absolutely necessary. Next slide, please. The issue with the class, well, there's no issue with the class 4, but unfortunately it's not enough. Mitigation is still required and mitigation at source is still required. And so even with class 4, without mitigation, there is still a land use compatibility issue. And so sensitive land uses should be planned to avoid industry where there are adverse effects, but where that cannot happen, the PPS states that planning authorities shall protect the long-term viability of existing or planned industrial that are vulnerable to encroachment by ensuring that the planning of proposed adjacent sensitive land uses are only permitted in accordance with provincial guidelines, standards, and procedures, which includes the NPC 300. And this basically, it has to say that any adverse effects to the proposed sensitive land use are minimized and mitigated. So this would be the future residents, and that impacts to the industry itself are minimized and mitigated. And those two things without the agreement for the at-source mitigation, which is required over and above the class 4, this is absolutely needed, before that change of use should occur. Next slide, please. So CBN, the Canadian banknote, operates under environmental compliance approval certificate from the MECP. They're currently compliant. The residential, which would be permitted by this amendment, creates new points of reception where the sound level limits must be met that previously did not exist. And at that point, CBN no longer becomes compliant. So per the PPS, the Corso Italia secondary plan, specifically policy 4146, the NPC 300, as well as the city's environmental noise control guidelines, it's the noise sensitive proponent who must remedy the non-compliant situation in order to ensure the ongoing operation of the industry without impact, and also protect their own future residents. For some sites, designating class 4 is sufficient, such as the OCH example. This is not the case for this particular site because it's simply too close. Next slide, please. So the sort of steps that you would want to, the proper way to undertake this is to first conduct that noise study, which the NPC and the ENCG state to do as early as possible, because the results of that will contribute directly to decisions of committee and council, such as this one. At that point, you would assess compliance under class 1 versus class 4. If class 1 is not attainable, you have to identify what a mitigation is required to comply with class 4. And in that situation, under class 4, when you're dealing with at-source mitigation being required, the development proponent, and the quote is coming from the city's ENCG, the Environmental Noise Control Guidelines, the development proponent is firstly required to enter into a separate legal agreement with the owner of the source to undertake such external work at the source. And this is because of that change to a sensitive use. So then you would have that agreement signed, and you would have holding provisions put in place when the noise sensitive use is to be permitted to ensure mitigation is linked to the approval of the normally incompatible uses. That holding component gives certainty of mitigation and can relate to both source and receptor-based mitigation details as a best practice for land use compatibility going forward. And it protects both the industry and the future residents. Next slide, please. So in order to support the zoning amendment and get housing off the ground, because we all need it, and we need to be consistent with the PPS and other relevant policies and guidelines, which includes the NPC 300 and land use compatibility guidelines from the province. We need to designate the site as class 4. The signed mitigation agreement needs to be in place between the noise sensitive proponent and the owner of the stationary noise source. The holding provisions related to mitigation, both source and receptor based as needed, in place to protect the city, the industry, and future residents, and also to amend the noise bylaw accordingly. So that sort of concludes my overview briefly of sort of what we're looking at, the situations, the concerns, and the issues that we have, and why that mitigation agreement is supposed to be in place prior to the change of use. Thanks, and I am available for questions, as is Kim Mullen from Woodbull, legal counsel to Canadian Banknote. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Are there any questions for Christine or Kim? Councillor Kitts.
No question, just a quick comment. I mean, I appreciate your concern with this. And I agree that you should have a signed agreement before this proceeds, but I think we heard from Councillor Leeper, he also agrees with that. And so, I know sometimes these things require a bit of a push. So I am planning to support this today. I think it's a great development project, but I would be prepared not to support it when it gets to council if an agreement is not made. So I'm really hoping that inroads can be made in the next 2 weeks. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. Any other questions? Councillor Cavanagh.
Thank you very much. Wow, this is quite interesting. I have a question about the noise factor, about the beeping. I guess I didn't quite understand how that was an issue, because we work with this with the stage 2 LRT all the time, where they had to change the sound. So it's a swoosh instead of a loud noises. But can somebody explain that part to me?
I can do that. The plant receives shipments regularly from both our other facility on Richmond Road and from places as far away as Mexico and the United States. We don't get to control the beeper sound on those vehicles. And our loading dock is directly across from the facility that is going to be built under this proposal. We can't add more space between the two facilities, and we can't affect the fact that these vehicles will all have beepers on them and they all have to back into our building. I think that what we haven't been talking about or enough is the impact on the residents of this, and the importance that the right warning clauses be in place for anybody that's going to be occupying the buildings, that they understand what we're up against. Because class 4 doesn't deal with beeper noise, it's unregulated noise. The same will be true of the snow removal efforts that will go on in our parking lot that is also across the street from this facility. And that typically has to happen about 5:30 in the morning because we have a 7 a.m. shift change. So it isn't going to be ideal. I mean, I think it was said by one of the presenters that this is an ideal location for residential intensification. It isn't actually. It would be ideal for commercial intensification. But I recognize that the city wants residential here. It's just that we need to make sure that the people that are going to live there understand what they're going to have to put up with, because we can't move and we can't change our processes. So this is not a thing to be glossed over. It's a really important municipal issue. And so rushing this through is a big mistake.
I understand that there's complications, obviously, but because I'm dealing with these noise complaints now, it's usually the fact that you have contractors and subcontractors, and therefore you can't control those subcontractors because they're outside of the contract, things like that. You get the noise and it drives people crazy. And I'm hoping we can deal with that at another level. And this shouldn't be a reason to hold things up. I'm just saying that it's outside of what's going on here, but I think it's a bigger issue. So I just wanted to state that.
Well, I agree. It is a big issue, and it really arises from the fact that we are now going to put residential in an industrial zone. That's what's happening here. There is no noise problem today, but we're going to create one with this approval.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm seeing no more questions. So what we'll do now is we'll shift to any questions for the applicant team. Any councillors have questions for the applicant team? Councillor Leeper.
Thank you very much. So for the developer, what are the mitigations in broad strokes that you consider are necessary in order to be able to protect your tenants from the noise that Canadian Banknote is going to be responsible for?
Through you, Mr. Chair. I just joined the call from panelist, the panelist toggle. So unfortunately I missed your question, Councillor, if you can please repeat it.
I want to ask, what are the anticipated mitigations that CLV is going to have to put in place in order to protect its tenants from the noise that is unavoidably going to be generated at Canadian Banknote?
Well, certainly address that, but if I could just start, please, Mr. Chair. I just want to start by saying that without getting into too many of the details of what has occurred in the discussions between my client and CBN, in regards to the beepers and backup noises, that is certainly a component of what's going to happen at the site, but it's necessary to state that that is part of city living. And not to diminish, the significance of backup beepers or what have you, but that is part of city living. There's the noise bylaw that can speak to that or what have you. What Ms. McQuaig stated in her presentation in regards to the TIF Gladstone site, so my client's site is to be designated as class 4 as per NPC 300. We've agreed to that, and that's certainly something that the city will be proceeding going forward. So that's the first step in terms of addressing noise that will be emanating from the CBN site. And secondly, I think it's also important to note that CBN, yes, it is an existing industrial use. However, to the west of it is existing residential. This is still a growing residential community, and I think that's important for councillors to note as well. Now, coming back to what Ms. McQuaig said, so the first step is designating class 4 under NPC 300. My client has certainly agreed to that. In regards to a signed mitigation agreement between CBN and my client, there certainly have been very active discussions over the last number of weeks in particular, certainly started months ago, a number of weeks. And, we believe we're close. We're continuing to work towards that. Now, in regards to the holding provision, as mentioned by the councillor, that has been suggested that a holding be in place, that it will not be lifted until that mitigation agreement is entered into. And that was something that my client has agreed to at a preliminary level as well. And so just to flow from the class 4 designation, that requires an amendment to the city's noise bylaw that my client has also agreed to. And I did have a discussion with Mr. Mark that it's certainly the city's intention to go forward in regards to that. Now, to answering your question, Councillor, that's just by way of context and background. To answer your question, my client's entire site is not actually complies with the class 4 noise designation for the majority of it. And what I mean by that is the southerly portion of the site closer towards Gladstone is further away from the anticipated noise sources, the existing and future noise sources on the CBN site, so that the southerly portion, towers 1 and 2, the studies indicate does indeed comply with the class 4 noise designation levels. So there's no issue there based on the studies to date. The more northerly end of the site, which is tower 3, which is where the loading dock is and what have you, there is more noise exposure for tower 3, the northerly end of the site. And that's why there have been discussions, including a commitment for my client to help pay for the cost of relocating the loading dock. Again, I don't want to necessarily get into details, but there have been direct discussions to provide financial assistance to CBN so that they may do on-site relocation and noise mitigation works, as well as my client's building design has accounted for that in terms of, building glazing or location of uses and what have you. So it's both occurred on our site as well as in the discussions as to the financial assistance my client's willing to offer to CBN.
Okay, and so I think I heard it as well at the beginning of your answer, but you have no objection to a hold on the zoning pending a mutually agreeable noise mitigation agreement is signed and executed.
That is correct, and yes, there might be levels of hold, honestly, through the chair. Okay. Just in terms of recognizing that the site does have different possible noise exposures. And there have been discussions again with my client and the city staff directly, and CBN's involvement as well.
Okay, and the direction that I'll be giving to staff, if they're willing to take it, is to work with both you and with CBN on the language of that holding zone provision for consideration by council. If in fact a noise mitigation agreement hasn't already been signed by the time we get to council, and my strong urging to both parties is get that agreement signed before we get to council. But if not, I'll be seeking that hold provision in the zoning, which sounds like it is agreeable to at least CLVs. So I appreciate that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Leeper. Any other questions for the applicant before we move on to questions for staff? Okay, thank you, everyone. We will move on to questions for staff, and following up on Councillor Curry's question earlier, maybe we could ask Tim Mark to comment in general on the discussion we've just had around the noise issues on this file. Mr. Mark?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My recommendation to committee would be to do what Councillor Leeper and Councillor Kitts have identified, which would be move this item on to council in the hope that during the intervening 13 days, the agreement could be concluded.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Mark. Councillor Leeper? I just thought of something. I'm interested in giving direction to staff. So I would ask staff, would you be willing to take that direction to work with CBN and with CLV to create language for council's consideration that would amend the zoning with a hold, but that would not be lifted until such time as there is a mutually agreed upon noise mitigation agreement between CLV and CBN?
Apologies, Mr. Chair. I was just
put into attendee status and back into panelist as you're asking the question. If you could please repeat.
Yeah, would you be willing to take that direction that you work with CLV and with CBN toward the establishment of holding language that would amend the zoning with a hold that would only be lifted at such time as there is a mutually agreed upon noise mitigation agreement between CBN and CLV?
Generally, yes, Mr. Chair. Just a question of clarification. I assume that that conversation would be in lieu of an agreement not being reached prior to council.
Correct. So that if there is not actually an agreement in place by the time we get to council, that hold would be moved, presumably by myself, and hopefully accepted by council.
Yes, we can have work with them to have something ready in the absence of an agreement.
Okay. And Mr. Mark, what would the understanding that Ms. Mellons spoke to nuance in the language of that holding zone, but as you've heard the conversation thus far, what would a hold on the zoning that could only be lifted with a mutually agreed upon agreement between the parties on noise mitigation, what would that do to CLV's ability to move forward without having that mutually agreed upon agreement in place?
Mr. Chair, I would appreciate the opportunity to speak after this with planning, but it is my understanding of the site that two of the towers can go forward, that the class 4 designation would allow that. So it theoretically, at least, the whole language could be built such that two of the towers could go forward now, and the third would be withheld until such time as an agreement had been reached between the developer and CBN.
What would be if staff were to lift the hold on the basis of, I honestly, I'm not sure what, if the wording is careful to speak to a mutually agreed, an agreement between the parties, if staff were to lift that hold on the basis that they have a mutually agreed upon noise mitigation strategy in place, but CBN were to disagree, what would be CBN's recourse?
Well, Mr. Chair, if the language in the H states that the holding zone may only be lifted upon satisfactory evidence being provided to the city that an agreement has been executed between CBN and the developer, it is unclear to me how the city could lawfully lift the H unless there was an agreement signed by both parties. And if the city proceeded to do so, CBN has not been shy, Mr. Chair, about ensuring that it's fully legally protected. And I think they would go next door to the courthouse to seek an injunction to stop the city from proceeding.
Perfect. That's exactly what I was looking for. Thank you very much, Tim. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Kavanagh.
Thank you. While I have Tim Mark up, just in terms of the whole vapor issue, what can council do on that? Is there something that we can do in terms of putting a bylaw through? I know we've been through this, and it's complicated. Does it have to be done at the provincial level? Because it just keeps coming up. I've had complaints about private properties such as a shopping mall when they're clearing their snow and bothering the building next door, but it's always been a frustrating point. So I realize it's a little out of the scope of what we're talking about, but not totally. So just in general.
Mr. Chair, as I sit here, I'm not aware of a municipal tool that would allow the city to regulate the use of backup beepers, if you will, by third parties. I heard the councillor mention the example of light rail, and of course light rail is under city control, so we have tools as the landowner there that we would not have in this case. I'm not aware of a tool that we have.
So that means it's under the province to regulate?
So the reason I didn't say it may be, but trucks also travel interprovincially, and therefore there may be some joint jurisdiction between the federal government and the province.
Okay. Yes, okay, well, noise is a problem everywhere, and if we're going to be intensified, I think we're going to have to look at these things seriously. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Kavanaugh. Any other questions or comments before we wrap up this item? Okay, so we have a motion that was moved earlier by Councillor Leeper. We should begin with that. This was the motion on the community benefits charge, if I remember correctly. Is that motion carried?
Carried.
Carried. Okay, and then the overall report recommendations as amended by the motion for 951 Gladstone Avenue and 145 Loretta Avenue North. Are the recommendations carried as amended?
Carried.
Carried.
Carried. Okay, thanks everyone for the discussion, and I guess it's one to watch at council coming up in a couple weeks. I am going to hand over the chair for a little bit to Councillor Moffat or Chair Moffat. The next item is 4.8, the zoning bylaw amendment for 1111 Prince of Wales Drive, and Councillor Brockington has rejoined as well. Scott, over to you.
Thank you so much. I got to get these in while I can. My relevance is quickly approaching. So we're at item 4.8, zoning bylaw amendment for 1111 Prince of Wales Drive. So I was not here when we went through the agenda. We don't have any delegations on this, but I imagine maybe Councillor Brockington wanted to speak to it.
Thank you, Chair. I will, but I believe that Mr. Chown has a presentation.
Yes, if required. All right, so we do have the applicant here, which is Apollo Property Management, and then on behalf of the applicant, Novatech, Ryan Polton and Murray Chown. Mr. Chown, nice to see you.
You too. Will there be a staff presentation, or is it just my presentation then?
We didn't ask for one. I don't know if members of the committee to see staff presentation, but ultimately it's an application in front of us for a parking lot at 1111 Prince of Wales, which I'm sure you will dive into, Murray.
Absolutely. So if the committee coordinator could put up our presentation package, please. Thank you very much. So Chair Moffat, members of the committee, the application that's been brought before you this morning is an effort to avert what we have characterized as a potential parking crisis associated with the existing use at 1111 Prince of Wales Drive. Next slide, please. So the property at known as 1111 Prince of Wales Drive is located at the intersection of Heron Road and Prince of Wales Drive. The landlords at 1111 Prince of Wales Drive have negotiated a lease with the owner of 1107 Prince of Wales Drive immediately to the north to accommodate an additional 160 parking spaces to meet the needs of the tenants at 1111 Prince of Wales Drive. The concern is that the owner of 1107 Prince of Wales Drive, Ashcroft Homes, at any day could choose to move forward with a proposed development of that site, and our client and the tenants at 1111 Prince of Wales Drive would lose the access to those 160 parking spaces. Next slide, please. If they lose those 160 parking spaces, the question is, where are those people going to park? You can see in this image, Green Valley Crescent, Rideau Terrace to the north, and Forest Hill Avenue to the south. These are all quiet residential streets, but they may be faced with cars parked legally or illegally on those streets if we lose the parking at 1107 Prince of Wales Drive and we don't provide an alternative for these tenants. Just to digress briefly, there's a reference in the staff report to an NCC covenant on the property. At the time that my client acquired additional lands from the NCC to expand the site. And back in 2006, the NCC negotiated a covenant to be registered against the property. And the covenant reads that the existing vegetation located on that portion of the property located at the corner of Heron Road and Prince of Wales Drive of the date of the registration of this covenant must be preserved and maintained in good condition by the owner of the property. As a result of staff becoming aware of that covenant, they put this application on hold. We had extensive negotiations and discussions with the NCC and have reached an agreement with them on how the site could develop with an expanded parking lot. Next slide, please. This is the landscape plan that the NCC has signed off on. You can see it results in very significant and intensive tree planting at the intersection of Prince of Wales Drive and Heron Road, where none exists today, which will contribute to the scenic entry route along Prince of Wales Drive as residents and tourists travel into the core of the city. Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, we've spent a lot of time working with staff on this proposal. We reached an understanding as to how we could move forward with a recommended amendment to the zoning that would allow for an expansion of this parking lot. I want to be abundantly clear that our client has no interest in expanding this parking lot unless they are forced to provide or replace the parking that's currently to the north. They are not going to spend north of $1 million on a parking lot that they don't need. So this is the zoning application before you is a contingency plan in the event that that happens and our client needs to move quickly to provide additional parking on site. Next slide, please. In our discussions with staff, we came up with a zoning solution that was set out in document 5 of the report before you this morning. That solution would be to approve a holding provision to allow a temporary parking lot conditional upon two things happening. Funny, you've just spent some time talking about how useful a holding provision can be to prevent something from happening until certain things have occurred or haven't occurred. So in this case, the holding provision would only be lifted under two conditions. One, that the owner of the property to the north, that is Ashcraft Homes, has actually submitted a site plan application for the development of that property. If they never make that application, the holding never gets lifted. We never build the parking lot. The second condition is that the holding will only be lifted if at that time the tender has not been issued for the construction of the baseline rapid transit route. Why is that condition there? It's because the only reason we have a limitation on parking on this site is because of its proximity to that BRT. But that BRT, there is no financial commitment at all today to construct it. It may not be built within my lifetime. And so relying on a high level of transit service for this property is unrealistic in the short term. It's unrealistic until there's a commitment to construction of the BRT. We would urge you to adopt the alternative option as set out in the staff report so we can avoid an imminent parking crisis. We will only build this parking lot if we have to. We will only build this parking lot if that crisis actually unfolds. I welcome any questions. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Murray. So if you have any questions for Murray, you can ask those right now. I will say we do have staff here as well for this file. Tracy Scarmazzino, if I'm pronouncing that correctly. So it is an application to refuse what's in front of us. So if you have questions for Murray or staff, we'll start with Murray first and Councillor Leeper.
Thanks, and I'm sorry, Murray, I had to step away briefly at the outset of your presentation. Why is your client interested in doing this now?
We want to have the approvals in place so that we can react quickly should Ashcroft file a site plan application. We can't start the process after Ashcroft files a site plan application. We couldn't possibly get through the process of a zoning approval, a site plan approval, and construction of a parking lot in time to meet the need should Ashcroft proceed with a site plan application. So this is a contingency plan, that's all it is. And the holding will make sure that nothing happens on site unless Ashcroft pulls the trigger on a site plan application. But we want the contingency plan in place so that our client can react quickly should Ashcroft give them notice saying you have to be off our site within the next 30 days or the next 60 days. We need to have the approvals in place so that they can move ahead with the construction of the parking lot on extremely short notice.
Do you have a site plan application in front of staff concurrent? Because as I read it, all you're seeking right now is the zoning.
Yes, we do. They were filed concurrently. They're being processed concurrently. And that's actually what led to the discussions with the National Capital Commission was the site plan application and some back and forth with them on the landscape plan that's associated with that site plan application.
So if we were to overturn or go counter to staff's recommendation to refuse today, there is a site plan application that you expect would be approved in relatively short order by staff then?
Right. And once again, there will be securities taken on that site plan application to deal with various scenarios that may unfold going forward. But our clients will not be building that parking lot unless we meet those two conditions.
Now, there is no BRT at this location today.
That's
and
correct.
there's significant question marks around when BRT will actually come down, but it's not entirely unserviced by transit, correct? There is I'm trying to think of the nearest LRT station, but there are LRT stations, and then I think I'm sorry, I'm going to show my age here. Is it the 118 or whatever it's the 118 still, Riley, that goes through? So, I mean, there is still transit, and that transit is presumably going to come in fairly quickly from a nearby LRT station sometime in the near future.
The level of bus service here is, I would suggest, poor. As reflected in the aerial photograph that was in our slide presentation, that parking is being used. It's being used by the current tenants, and it's being used by the current tenants given the current level of bus service. Unless there's a dramatic increase in the level of bus service to the site, there's not going to be a change in the commuting patterns of the employees that work in this building. The parking demand is there today, and it's going to continue to be there. And we're just trying to deal with, having a contingency plan in our hip pocket in the event that we need to deal with this issue.
Okay. All right. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Leeper. Any further questions for the applicant? Seeing none, do we have questions for staff? Councillor Brockington?
Thanks, Chair. Are we in an imminent parking crisis?
Is this a question for?
That's for you, Tracy.
Yeah.
As far as I'm aware, no, we have not received any applications for that vacant site that is currently being used by the proponent. And as far as we're aware, that that vacant site can be used for the next X length of time by the applicant for their parking needs.
If the current office tower at 1111 Prince of Wales was built today, how many parking spots would be required to be built?
They do fall into the area where there is a maximum placed on the number of parking spaces permitted. I believe, I'm just checking my notes here. It's, sorry, it's, I think 120, yeah, 127 parking spaces would be permitted at this point. That would be the maximum number of spaces. And right now they currently exceed that number with 163 already on site, plus the additional parking spaces that they rent. So they are using quite a significant number of parking spaces at this time.
So they should have 127 spaces. They already get 163 spaces, and they want to build an additional, just give us the number again.
They propose an additional 134 spaces.
An additional, a net increase of 134 parking spots on a green space corner of two major arterial roads, which is going to be right beside where a BRT station is. Is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
Right. And Baseline is a major east-west corridor now, and it's served by OC Transpo. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. All right. And you're not aware of any plans from any abutting property owners for development. Is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
Fair enough. Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you. Just to be so clear that the application in front of us, is it supportive? Is it supported by the provincial policy statement?
No, I would say short answer is no. I can go into further details if required, but no, the provincial policy statement does speak to encouraging transit supportive uses, does encourage the development to be aware of current and impending climate change activities that are happening. So those policies would not be met through the addition of hard surfacing and of a parking lot.
Out of curiosity, if 1107 was developed, would this application be consistent with the provincial policy statement, or would it be the same? Would it be the same response?
It will be the same response.
Okay. Okay, appreciate that. Any other questions for staff on this? Seeing none, is the item carried?
Carried.
All right, thank you. So we will move now to item 4.9, which is 3437 Innes Road. The applicants, it's Roxanne Chatelain, and it's Murray, and it's Murray again. Staff on this are Shoma Rashid. So it's a recommendation to approve an amendment to zoning bylaw 2008-250 for 3437 Innes Road to permit a mixed-use building up to 6 stories in height, as shown in document 1 and document 3. I don't believe we have a staff presentation on this either, but we do have a sorry, I said the applicant was Roxanne. That's the delegation. I'm so sorry. I'm reading my words wrong. So we will go to the applicant first. I don't think we have a staff presentation. So to Murray Chown and Ryan Polton.
Thank you. Chair Ryan Polton will be making a brief presentation.
Thank you very much. So it's proposed there. My name is Ryan Polton. I'm a planner at Novatech, and Novatech acted as the agent to prepare and file the zoning bylaw amendment application for 3437 Innes Road. It's proposed to rezone the property to make a 6-story mixed-use building. Next slide, please. So this slide gives a little bit of context of the site and its location. So it's an interior lot on the north side of Innes Road. It's currently developed with a detached dwelling and a detached garage. It's at the intersection of Innes Road and Paget Road. To the north, it's a large residential lot. To the east, there's a strip mall up on the east side of Paget Road. To the south, there is a residential, there is a retirement residence. And also further south, there's additional residential development. And then to the west, there is an existing residential subdivision comprised of single detached dwellings and townhouse dwellings. Immediately to the east of 3437 Innes Road is 3443 Innes Road. It's a lot, it was rezoned in 2019 to permit a 6-story mixed-use building. And at the time, the owners were attempting to acquire 3437 Innes Road. Subsequent to the rezoning of 3443 Innes Road, they were able to acquire 3437 Innes Road, and now it's proposed to develop the two together with the mixed-use building. Next slide, please. So we spent a lot of time working with city staff to determine what an appropriate transition is between on the site at 3437 Innes Road, between the 6-story mixed-use building and the residential subdivision to the west. You can see at the top, there's like lot lines as well as addresses of properties. And this is the solution we came to after a lot of back and forth. Essentially, what the solution was is to provide a 7.5 meter yard from the western property line that would be landscaped. And which point then the height limit would be of 11 meter 3-story building. Then there'd be a step back at that 11 meter height that allows for a height transition. That's what the black line is essentially. And then 15.6 meters from the property line would be the start of where a 6-story 19.4 meter building could be constructed. So this just represents a side view, an elevation of a potential building on the site at 3437 Innes Road in conjunction with 3443 Innes Road. And these setbacks and height limits are reflected in the height schedule that's attached to the zoning bylaw amendment. Can you go to the next slide, please? So this is the height schedule. And just going into this, you can see area C, which kind of surrounds the site. It has a 7.5 meter setback from the lot line between the subdivision and 3437 Innes Road, and that's where no building will be permitted. Area B represents that height transition area, and that area is where a building that's 3 stories or 11 meters can be constructed, and that goes to area A, which is where a 19.4 or 6-story building could be constructed, and it's set back 15.6 meters from the lot line. Next slide, please. And so this is document 2 attached to the zoning bylaw amendment. This details how the zoning bylaw would be altered through this zoning bylaw amendment application. And so I'll just jump to 3B are the site-specific provisions that are being requested through this zoning bylaw amendment. So the first one states that setbacks, building step backs, and maximum permitted building heights are as per that zoning schedule that we just discussed. Provisions 2 through 4 deal with landscape buffers along the western lot line, which is 7.5 meter landscape buffer between the residential subdivision and the proposed development that reflects the 7.5 meter yard where no building would be permitted in area C, as well as 1 meter buffer for the northern lot line, and then also 1 meter buffer for a parking lot not abutting the street. The final site-specific provision has to do with the holding symbol, and staff are proposing a holding symbol on the property that won't be removed until a site plan control application is approved. So this is a separate zoning bylaw amendment application process. There's no site plan control for this site. And site plan control application would be required to be prepared and approved by staff before any buildings constructed. So this is just sorting out the zoning details in anticipation of that application. Next slide, please. And that is my brief presentation. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you, Ryan. So we're going to go to the delegation first, then we'll come back if there's any questions for the applicant and staff. So as I mentioned earlier, inappropriate mention, but correcting myself after a while, Roxanne Chatelain is the delegation on this item. Roxanne?
Hello, can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay, good. Thank you. Thank you very much for letting me speak this morning. As you know, or as you can notice, I am French speaking, and I am not in the building industry. Therefore, my terminology may not be exact, but I'm sure you will all be able to comprehend my concerns. So I'm not opposed to promote opportunities of intensification where it's appropriate. But in this case, in this area, it is predominantly low-rise buildings and low-rise homes. So a 6-story building would not be compatible with the existing area. And when you look at the landscape of all Orleans, for that matter, this area is not considered a commercial area, and having a 6-story building in there would really be an eyesore. I do believe Orleans only has one 6-story building, which is at completely the other end of Orleans, around Trim Road, where it is much more commercial and there's a lot more development happening in that area. The applicant has made a lot of changes and compromises, redesigning the building to try to accommodate the existing residents' concerns, which is nice. But there's still a major concern in regards to the lack of privacy for these homes. I do not believe that we are here today to discuss the actual building, but when considering this rezoning, I believe that the size and the proposed building location has a major impact on the existing community. I do see from the schedule YYY that the setback or the buffer from the west side is 16.6 meters from the 6-story. Again, I'm not in the building industry, so I'm not sure if the 16.6 for a 6-story is what is recommended, but I would definitely hope that the city would not accept anything less than what has already been approved as far as recommendations for building in Orleans. The other thing that I've noticed is that it was recommended that there are minimum windows along the west side of the proposed building. Again, this is something that's really nice of this idea. But due to the angle of the building and the position of the low-rise homes on the west side, all the windows from the north side of the building will have a direct view to the west side homes, removing all the privacy from existing homes. I know that no matter what, there will be a building, which is fine, but 6-story building, there's a lot more eyes looking at you than a 3-story building. The other concern that the community had was I've been living in this area for 10 years, and I seriously am questioning the transportation impact assessment report that was submitted. The report says there'll be marginal impact on peak hours for traffic. I'm sure the city already knows and are aware that there's already an existent concern with the traffic and parking in this corner of the city of Orleans. So I'm not sure that a big construction like that would not impact the traffic. So I don't know what year this survey was done, but I think it's not accurate. As far as for the noise and spillover of light and privacy, I would hope that a noise barrier fence should be required, in addition to a row of tall trees, not just shrubs, to be able to create some privacy, noise cancellation and all that, but tall trees. And I also trust that the city council will assure that the building step backs are appropriate and that there is a maximum landscape buffer from the west side existing low-rise homes. And I know on the north side, it has not been developed, but that is also a residential area, which will probably be homes at some point. And having that huge building, again, would not fit with all these homes. Thank you for listening to me.
All right, thank you. We have a question for you from Councillor Dudas.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Thank you, Roxanne, for being here. I know this has been a long haul. This file was actually active before I was even councillor, so we're talking many, many years ago. I did want to note a lot of what you've brought up will be part of the site land control application. We will have opportunities to kind of look at some of those aspects that you're talking about. I did want to ask too that what we're looking at right now will have that transition. So as close to the back of your home and your neighbors, we are looking at what being proposed today is going to be closer to the 3-story as opposed to the 6, which I know originally we were looking at. Is that going to meet some of the concerns, maybe not what you've addressed today, but some of the concerns that we had initially about the transition?
Well, I think the transition is a great step in regards to making it a little bit easier for us. But I still feel that, like, you know best, 26-story building, what is the normal setback for other houses on the side? What is the normal setback? So is it only 15 when you get a 6-story building?
Well, I think, I'm going to do a little shout out to Shoma, who is the city planner on this, because she has been absolutely phenomenal the whole way through trying to work on this and work with the developer to make sure that they're hearing the community and working on this. So I trust that the setbacks that she's proposing do meet our requirements. I do think there'll be plenty of opportunity for us to have further conversation along with the neighbors to kind of see if there can be some tweaking during the site plan control application. But I did want to thank you for being here, because it's important that these concerns are being heard. But I do know that you're correct. There will be a building at this location, and it is fronting on Innis Road. So it's come a long way. So thank you for that. And once again, really strong shout out to Shoma, because phenomenal work on this. But thank you, Roxanne, for all your involvement in this over the years.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor, and thank you, Roxanne. I'm not seeing any further questions. So, questions to staff? Not seeing any. Any comments on the file? Councillor Jess?
I do have a question for the applicant.
Oh, sorry. Yes, of course. I didn't do questions to the applicant. Thank you. Thank you. Where's my head at today?
That's okay. I did want to say, and as I noted, this was even before my election, this has been a very long coming file. And I did want to say that in addition to city staff doing a wonderful job, I did appreciate that the developer was willing to work with staff, the community, myself, to kind of address some of those concerns. What I did want to ask about, and I know a lot of the other details we're going to work through in site plan control, was some of the affordability. One of the conversations that we're constantly having as councillors with our community is affordability within these developments. And I understand from having spoken to Murray is that there is consideration being given to affordability of some units or some kind of contemplation to that. Could you just maybe address that?
Through the chair, thank you, Councillor, for the question, and thank you for the time to work with us on this file. Our client is exploring funding of this project through the CMHC program that helps to support affordable housing units. So as we move forward, we'll work with the city and work with our client to try to ensure the provision of some affordable units in this project.
Okay. I would fully support having some affordability incorporated into this building. I know that as we're looking at planning process changes and inclusionary zoning that's not implemented yet. I do appreciate that there's an eagerness to kind of consider that, and knowing that that's going to be key in years going forward as we try to find people homes that they can afford. So I will look to work with you further on that, as well as I would encourage you to just kind of keep into account the need for any buffers, because although it is 3-story, the adjacent homes are quite close. So trees, those kind of things. We can work on that later. Anyway, thank you very much for your work. And I do want to do one final shout out to say staff. This has been years in the works. I do appreciate it greatly. I will be supporting this amendment, and I look forward to furthering the conversation about how we can develop affordable housing and appropriate buildings along Innis Road and other areas of the East End.
All right, thank you, Councillor Jost. Since I went through questions to staff and there were none, we'll go on to the recommendation, which is, as I mentioned earlier, but I'll read it again. That planning committee recommend council approve an amendment to zoning bylaw 2008-250 for 3437 Innis Road to permit a mixed-use building of up to 6 stories in height, as shown in document 1, as detailed in documents 2 and 3, and 2, that planning committee approve the consultation detail section of this report. Is the item carried? Carried. Thank you. Move to item 4.10, which is zoning bylaw amendment for 1015 Tweddle Road. And we're going to start with a presentation from staff, which again is shown on our sheet.
Thank you, Chair. So this is a zoning bylaw amendment item for 1015 Tweddle Road. Does everybody hear me properly? Good. Just give me a moment. Pardon me. The subject site is in Orleans at the northeast corner of Tweddle Road. Sorry, next slide, please. The subject site is in Orleans at the northeast corner of Tweddle and Jeanne d'Arc Boulevard North. As you can see, the following pictures on this slide happen to show the existing conditions at the road edges of Tweddle Road to the left and Jeanne d'Arc Boulevard North to the right. Next slide, please. The subject parcel is 3.35 hectares in size with 160 meters of road frontage along Jeanne d'Arc Boulevard North to the south, and to the west or on the left-hand side of the red line parcel, 265 meters of road frontage along Tweddle Road. The parcel consists of vegetation, including brush, trees, slopes with water, as well as wetland areas to the north. The site is south of Petrie Island and within 600 meters of the future O train station for Trim. Next slide. The proposal will permit a zoning for a high-profile, compact, transit-friendly, mixed-use development with public realm at the ground level. This includes 4 high-rise buildings with varying heights, ranging from 24 to 32 stories, and will consist of residential, office, and retail uses. Key features of the high-rise development include active frontages, underground parking, privately owned public spaces of urban plazas and pathways with river views. This proposal will also protect environmental features and preserve the provincially significant wetlands to the north. Next slide, please. As such, only Area A is recommended for urban development. Area B will allow for the potential of passive public recreational pathways under the zone of O1R or O1R, and Area C will not permit development, similar to the balance of the lands to the north that are currently zoned environmental protection within what we know as the provincially significant wetlands area. Next slide. During a transition period from the old to the new official plan, a zoning amendment can proceed when a proposal is consistent with the new official plan. The requested zoning bylaw amendment aligns with these policy objectives with the inclusion of the holding provision. This zoning bylaw amendment, with its recommended holding, will ensure the official plan redesignation has been completed and site-specific policies of the Orleans Corridor Secondary Plan will be achieved, all prior to the approval of a future site plan control application. Therefore, the Planning Department asks Planning Committee to recommend to Council that it approve an amendment to zoning bylaw for parts of 1015 Tweddle Road to be rezoned from the lands today's zone of development reserve to residential fifth density subzone A, exception X with a holding, as well as parks and open space zone subzone R or O1R as shown previously, and an environmental protection zone. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Shoma. So we will move now to the applicant, which we have here today, Miguel Tremblay, John Smith, and Nico Church.
Good afternoon, everyone. I think John was going to lead the presentation. Am I seeing John? In the absence of, I don't see John Smith, so if you don't mind.
Just give us a sec here.
Okay.
He is there. Oh, I think he just accepted the prompt.
Thank you. I know John has fragile internet. If it doesn't work out, I'm happy to jump in. And then in the interim, we do have a slide presentation if Kelly, one moment to pull it up. John?
That's John there.
Mm-hmm.
Didn't sound great.
We're in your hands if you want me to proceed.
Yeah, you may as well proceed. We've got a couple more items after this, so don't delay any further.
If you can go to the next slide. If you want to go to the next slide, I won't spend too much time on this because Shoma has already reviewed all the policies, and thank you again for the very thorough staff report. Just again to situate, we're actually within 200 meters of the transit station. With respect to policies, we are relying heavily on the new official plan. We are very aware of that. And the new OP, we would designate these lands as neighborhood and green space. You can go to the next slide. I think it's the next schedule in John's presentation. Yes, thank you. So we fully recognize that we are relying heavily on those policies, which would recognize the proximity to transit, would recognize that we are within an area that is a target area for intensification within the suburban transect. And we've also are relying on the policies of the secondary plan, if you want to go to the second slide. So we have been working with the policy branch, David Maloney and others, in response to that secondary plan. So to be honest, the secondary plan did a lot of the heavy lifting in terms of the public consultation for this piece, because we attended all the public meetings. The concept was very front and center as to what we were intending to do on these lands. And the proposal for the four buildings are very much embedded into the policies of the secondary plan. As a matter of fact, and we understand the sequence is a little off, the policies of the secondary plan as they relate to this site have been dropped into our holding provision. This is certainly the planning committee of holding provisions We have one as well, and it essentially says that the zoning will not come into full force and effect until the new OP is approved by the ministry and in full force and effect, and that the secondary plan is also in full force and effect. I am aware that there are going to be some delegation. Oh, and just to be clear, and I don't know if we have a zoning slide here, but I want to revisit. No, we don't, but maybe go to the concept really quickly, which is the last, before last slide, that one there, please, thank you. No, that one there. Recall, if you will, the site is currently zoned EP, which corresponds to the lands to the north, and development reserve. The only portion of the site that's being rezoned for development lands, which is R5, it corresponds with what you're seeing here, the development area of the buildings. It does not encroach into the EP zone. And as a matter of fact, the rear portion of the lands that are currently zoned development reserve, as committee knows, that's a holding zone for future development, is being rezoned to open space, further separating the development area to the edge of the wetland, which is the northernmost blue hatched line. So we are staying out of those areas. We are not impacting those areas. I know that there's going to be some delegations that are going to show some discomfort with that. What I can do for now is list you the reports and studies that they may not be aware of. And I am sympathetic to their concerns because they may not be aware of all the work that's been going on for the last 2 to 3 years. But there was numerous environmental reports, including species at risk. There was a wetland assessment report. There was a headwater drainage feature assessment. There was a landslide hazard assessment, a slope stability assessment, and a geotechnical study. All of those things were intended to clearly define the area of the EP zone, clearly delineate the extent of development that occurs, and also to be mindful that there are potentially slope stability issues that need to be addressed and studied. These reports were prepared, submitted, reviewed by staff, peer reviewed by 2 separate companies, including one I understand from the Netherlands or Holland. I'll be corrected maybe by staff, and a company from British Columbia. The short answer is all of these reports were submitted, were vetted, were reviewed by the Conservation Authority. All of those things were factored in. We're not obtuse to the obligation to properly study the area of the environmental protection land. What I'm saying to you is it has been done, at least in particular for the purpose of zoning. Recall that we have a site plan control application as well. Those studies will be further refined. For instance, there was correspondence submitted that highlights potential flooding with the access off of Tweedle Road into the development. Those are all things that are addressed through site plan, obviously. It's not that the developer is dismissing those, but we will look at those things very carefully. And the developer shares the same interest as some of the delegations to have a building that doesn't flood and doesn't negatively impact the natural environment. So I'll leave my comments to that, but I want the committee to hear the delegations with the understanding that we've done a considerable amount of work on the environmental, but we don't always show the math. That's all. Okay, thank you.
All right, thanks, Miguel. I know John came on halfway through, sorted out his thing. John, I see you there. We will have a chance to come back for questions. Sorry that there was some bad feedback at the start when you jumped on.
No, that's fine, because I was also connected via phone, and I had sent Kelly a note previously saying that I had internet challenges at my home, and that I would probably connect visually via the internet, but the audio being via phone. So I guess that sort of never happened, but it seems the internet's working fine now, so I'm good.
Okay, good stuff. So we'll come back to you and Miguel after we go through the delegations. So thank you. So we start with Linda McCourt. So just for the committee's sake, we have 3 delegates on this one. It's Linda McCourt, JP Unger, and Barbara Ramsey.
Linda is on the call, just needs to unmute.
I can come back. I mean, if Linda is not currently at their computer, I can come back. So we'll go to JP Unger. Oh, yeah, there
Yes.
you go. So we have
Oh.
JP is good. Nope, JP, you're good.
Oh, should I continue?
Yes, go ahead, please.
Thank you. Well, before I start, I just wanted to ask, I'm really always surprised why the staff reports and presentations like this don't include the meter scale, because in the case for this, for the area A of the site, 4 buildings like that would end up being like 8 meters wide each.
I'm not even on. Oh, yeah, okay.
So anyway, but that's just a question that I'm always mystified, but I can start the presentation if I may. I'll just, I do not have slides.
Okay, yeah, no, go ahead, anytime, JP.
Oh, thank you. Well, the Green Space Alliance of Canada's capital very much favors good urban planning and development. This rezoning and development application, however, is one that we urge you to reject. You should have received a copy of the Green Space Alliance's written submission, which highlights very serious concerns and includes a suggestion for a win-win solution. It includes comments presented 2 years ago when the previous iteration of this proposal circulated at 1009 Trim Road. Despite our previous well-researched intervention, we were not canvassed for this new iteration, and our previous comments were completely ignored in the report recommending approval. I won't repeat all the very valid, extremely serious concerns raised there, just highlight some key concerns. The proposed development is outright reckless, will harm a uniquely valuable natural area of our city, and could endanger human lives. The staff report claims there are no risks involved with this development, even though it's 4 enormous buildings sitting on fill, spread on a floodplain, immediately adjacent to a sensitive, provincially significant wetland. The fill was allowed nearly 20 years ago under old rules, under zoning that permits perhaps a small structure, not meant for multiple giant towers. It's a changing shoreline hit by rising waters with increasing frequency. The parking entrance would be on a road that gets totally submerged during floods, which happen with increasing frequency. The foundations and the underground parking would require perpetual mitigation measures to counter water filtration. Can't help but think about the recent building collapse in Miami, reportedly caused by just a small undetected swimming pool water filtration. The city should exercise due diligence and duty of care. Verify the proposal's engineering claims with truly independent engineering reviews, not hired by the applicant. The report also claims there would be no environmental impacts of concern. This is simply unbelievable. Years of heavy construction with noise and runoff at a sensitive wetland, which harbors several species at risk, anchoring a massive wall of concrete with glass and lights on the nesting area and path of migratory birds. The claim that the city has bird-safe guidelines is a red herring. They're voluntary, and even if applied, they don't remove a massive wall of buildings. From a strictly planning process perspective, this zoning approval is being rushed before a new council sits and before a new official plan is approved. The Highway 174 corridor secondary plan is not yet in effect. It's supposed to be brought in as an amendment after official plan approval, which could be appealed. This alone justifies deferring the application until those plans are in place, but there's more. This is not an existing neighborhood being encouraged to intensify. It's a new greenfield development on the periphery of the urban area. In the zoning bylaw review for neighborhoods, this type of ultra-dense, high-rise development is not contemplated. It cannot be characterized as a 15-minute neighborhood and cannot be considered a hub. It's on the periphery of urban development, and hubs should be central. Proximity to an LRT station is giving us a rationale for approval. However, the new official plan will exempt Moody Drive LRT station from hub type intensification, and similar accommodation could be considered here due to the floodplain location, a very important conservation site for the city and overall green space protection. The proposal does not take into account Petrie Island as a whole. There should be something equivalent to a Petrie Island secondary plan that guides how this important natural area and nearby developments can coexist. Finally, this application perhaps presents a unique opportunity for a swap of city land to move the proposed development closer to Highway 174, actually help develop an actual hub. That could also help make the entire shoreline along Jeanne d'Arc's a city-owned protected green space, enhancing protection and safe recreation around Petrie Island. The proponent could use an equivalent area, for example, in the current work areas near the Trim Road LRT station, an actual potential hub, far safer with far less risks and liabilities. That's a very real opportunity to benefit everyone. So please reject the application, and perhaps after rejecting it, consider engaging the proponent for the win-win proposal we mentioned. Well, I have a few seconds, so I just wanted to add a final word on additional risk for the city, if I may. We know municipalities approve developments on floodplains because assistance and recovery costs currently fall on provincial and federal governments. I, on a personal basis, warned FEDCO and Council in early 2019 against relying on gas tax transfers to fund the LRT Stage 2 because those could disappear. That was ignored, it happened, and now the city is skyrocketing its debt to cover the shortfall. I tell you here that with more flooding, both the provinces and the feds will very likely cut those expenses and put a load on municipalities that approve the building on floodplains. As it stands, we'll see probably the city and future residents most likely left on the hook for dealing with floods, water damage, and a possible collapse. So please reject the application, and perhaps after rejecting it, consider engaging the proponent for the win-win proposal we mentioned. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, JP. We have a question for you from Councillor Menard.
Oh, great.
Thank you very much, Chair. Thanks, JP, for your presentation. I'm just wondering about your own knowledge of the RVCA's response to this. I know, it says in the report they've accepted the 30-meter proximity, but I don't see any other comments from them. So I'm just wondering your knowledge of the Conservation Authority's response to this. And then secondarily, the flooding that may have occurred here in the past. We've had past flooding of the Ottawa and Rideau rivers. I'm wondering, your knowledge of the intake road and the area in terms of actual floods that may have occurred or not here.
Yes, certainly. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. RVCA, we contacted them. The analyst responsible for the file has been away for a few weeks, and we could not hear from him. The other analyst we had contacted 2 years ago when they had serious questions and concerns did not know why it was okay to have 30 meters when it's normally 120 meters. So we could not get a response, actually. And as far as flooding, I myself, I live actually just less than 100 meters from Jeanne d'Arc North, more Chatelaine Village, and I go by there often, and I've seen, well, at least 2 big floods in recent years that almost reached Jeanne d'Arc itself. And frankly, the way weather is intensifying and floods are increasing, I would not be surprised if Jeanne d'Arc itself, the waters reach Jeanne d'Arc, but I've seen it cover up to the edge of Tweddle Road where it reaches Jeanne d'Arc. So yeah, it gets bad there.
Chair, do we have RVCA with us today?
No.
Yeah. Okay, thanks.
Oh, you're welcome.
Thank you, Councillor Curry.
Thank you for that. I'm sympathetic to the concerns for sure. I mean, we have some concerns in Canada as well about, any developments close to where potentially we could have flooding, and we've had flooding recently. So I have a couple of questions, and they've come to me as well from cafes, so they're more concerning than maybe just my own. But the 2004 infill that you're talking about, you said you're not sure it could handle this many buildings. Where are you getting that concern from? Like your understanding is that it could only handle 1 building, or how do you know that it can't?
No, that one I did hear. I did raise this with the other analyst from RVCA that had done the previous review 2 years ago, and he said he explained to me that that fill was done under considered and approved in 2004 with the current zoning in mind. They did not know then that someone would think of building for height rises there, and that it is on the floodplain, and it was under old rules, and that probably today they would not allow it.
Okay, I'll have to ask a follow-up question to staff then. My second question to you then is, you're suggesting a different proposal that because you think this is on the outskirts, that it isn't planned to be a hub, that there's a different proposal, but this is private land owned by a developer. your proposal, do you know that they own some, like the same land in another location that they could just build there instead? Because this is the land they own that they're trying to develop.
Well, first point is that they bought land with a zoning that exists, not with a zoning that allows high rises, knowing this was a floodplain. So buyer beware, I'd say. The proposal that we are putting forward, personally, I'm not keen on the city subsidizing private businesses to maximize their profits, but the Green Space Alliance is presenting the point that the city owns land that could actually be considered more of a hub, or could help develop a hub. Areas around the Trim Road LRT station, for example, and throughout the city, frankly. But that way the city could acquire this space and actually be part of the Petrie Island. It is part of the Petrie Island wetland geographically. The fact that the province drew the border, and a very capricious border, as you could see in Mr. Rashid's drawing. Yeah, the city, actually, this could be an opportunity for the city to really protect and have good recreational use and conservation use for this area. The city owns a lot of land, including nearby. So we weren't saying that the developer has other land in the area. The city could do a swap and benefit the city, actually.
Okay, I understand what you're saying. Okay, thanks for
you.
that clarification.
Oh, no, you're welcome.
Thanks. Just to be clear on the zoning, the developer, just any applicant, you buy land that's zoned development reserve, it's zoned that way because it's slated for future development. The only thing that's to be determined is what type of development, and then you'll apply the zoning that fits what your proposal is. So yes, it wasn't that these lands were undevelopable when they acquired these lands.
Oh no, but they were not contemplating, for what I heard, they were not contemplating anything more than a small structure like a boat rental house that exists over there or something like that, because this is a floodplain on the shoreline. That's what I was told. And I must agree. I have some knowledge. I mean, I had a couple of years of.
Maybe I'm just in fairness, I didn't ask you a question. I was just.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
Just clarifying the zoning piece, and then we're going to move on to the next delegation. So Linda, I see you there now, unmuted. Good to go.
Okay.
Well, then I'll say goodbye. Thank you.
Thanks, JP. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, I do agree with a lot of what JP has been telling you, and a lot of what I may have to say might be a bit repetitious, but I will go on. First of all, thank you very much for having me here. I do have serious concerns regarding this proposed 4 high-rise residential towers, which will be partially located on a floodplain. It's to be located 30 meters from a provincially designated significant wetlands, which harbor several species at risk, including the blanding turtles. Construction would be ongoing probably for several years, causing noise pollution, scaring wildlife, air pollution as well, probably from diesel motors, dust, etc. And there would be runoff going into the wetlands. So normally buildings are not allowed to be constructed within 120 meters of wetlands. So I really don't understand why this was exempted and how that happened. When the project is complete, it will include restaurants, a spa, and other amenities, which would draw people from the public. It would be also a concern with vehicles and noise in that area, adversely affecting wildlife as well. So that's my first point. Second point, well, it's related. The proposed towers are partially to be built on a floodplain. And as JP said, that area was flooded. It was flooded in 2017, and it was flooded again in 2019. Floods are part of extreme weather events, which are occurring more frequently now due to climate crisis. The 1 in 100 year flood level is totally out of sync with reality. And I think we need to rethink this whole thing. The city of Ottawa could very well expect it to be sued by owners, by insurance companies, and who would be footing the bill would be the taxpayers if the city gets sued. The proposal includes adding more rock and gravel, which are less porous than wetlands, wetlands act like a sponge. And when there's flooding, they absorb a lot more of the water. But when you have rocks and pavement, then what it does is it's going to partially protect the buildings, but it's going to increase the amount of water that's going to rise further and farther away as well. So no doubt the climate crisis will increase the area of the floodplain. With this building, it's only going to make things worse. My third point is, as a lot of other people were talking about this morning, is affordable housing. And what the city of Ottawa needs is more affordable housing, not more fancy market priced units. Our homeless population is growing, and rentals and sale units are unaffordable by a large sector of the population. And during the mayoral debates, a lot of attention was made of affordable housing, and commitments were made to address that issue. But I see these units as being affordable by only a privileged few. And so I would like council to consider all of this and work for all Ottawa residents, including the vulnerable and underprivileged. So thank you again for letting me speak. I have never done anything like this before, but I think it's so important. I live just up the hill from where this development could become a reality. And so it concerns me greatly. Thank you very much.
Thank you for taking the time to come here today. Any questions from members of committee? Seeing none, thanks again. And we move to our third and final delegate, which is Barbara Ramsey.
Thank you very much.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Chair Moffat, Chair Gower, councillors. Good to see you all. Congratulations on, in all cases, I believe, big wins this week, and it's good to see you all back again. In the case of Chair Moffat, I know I'll take this opportunity. We normally see you at the Environment Committee, so I want to thank you for your service there, for your service here, and know you're moving on to greater challenges, Scott. So we wish you all the best. I am going to run wrap up, it appears, here today, because much of what we would like to say has been mentioned to you already. Next slide, clerk, if you could. I think you know who cafes, who and what cafes is. We represent people across the city, many who voted for you folks this week, and a number of community associations and citizens associations as well. Next slide, please. Why we're here today, we quite frankly do not know. Why are we developing on this floodplain, one of the last floodplains within the city of Ottawa that remains naturalized and undeveloped? The staff report acknowledges part of this building and part of this application is within the 1 in 100 year floodplain. We know when it was rejected 2 years ago, the proponents were asked to return post approval of the official plan we're all still waiting for, where the flood plain will move to a 1 in 350 a year level. Miguel Tremblay noted earlier, and to his point, I'll be specific, the impact of this specifically from the community's perspective on your development, Mr. Tremblay, we're unsure. And one of the reasons we're unsure and I'll be blunt, sir, is because the community found out about this reapplication 9 days ago in the middle of an election campaign. And we have struggled to bring people to this to the attention of folks, including the community at large. Insofar as we've been unable to have a discussion with the councillor Matt Luloff as well, given the short time frame. Next slide, please. But what we will show you are some pictures here today. So the dream of the developers is on the left, and you'll see a lot of land around 3 towers. That was an iteration, I believe, but coming from 2 to the 4 you see in front of you today. And on the right, unfortunately, is real. That's May 2019, and the same piece of land all the way to Jeanne d'Arc Boulevard submerged in water. A picture is worth 1,000 words. Please note the wetlands on either side. The homes, you can't see them, but you can imagine the amphibians and the wildlife that rely on those homes. Next slide, please. Could you play this short video for me, clerk? 20 seconds. Possible for you?
You'll have to bear with me for a minute. I'll have to stop the screen share and start it again.
As long as I get all my time back.
Don't worry, you said nice things about me, so I'll be easy on you.
Thank you, Scott. That was part of my plan.
Always works.
I apologize for the music. This clip has been taken from YouTube. This is not the 2019 flood, but another real flood, 2017. The video's not running. At least mine's not. I really hope we can see this because
it's running on my screen. Bear with me.
Okay. Perhaps others can't see it. Now I don't have the slides either.
Yeah, just bear with Kelly there, see if she can sort this out.
Are you seeing the slides at this point?
Seeing the slides.
Okay, let's see if we can make that. And you're not seeing the video?
Nope. Not right now, no, it's just black screen.
We may have to go on.
The counselors have all received your presentation as well.
Wonderful. Well, what I would ask you to do is take a look at it. You can actually find the entire slide on YouTube. It was 2 minutes, we condensed it. But the point of the matter is that this is real. This is not climate change as we try and imagine it 20 years from now. This has happened already on this site. And really what we have on this site is a wetland. Kelly, is it possible to get my slides back up? I'm going to run from memory, and that's going to cost everyone, I think. Thank you. Next slide, please, Kelly. We'll zip along here. I've lost my time, but I will make an effort not to repeat. So truly, when this first application was rejected 2 years ago, implementation was reliant on approval of the OP and adoption of the 174 corridor secondary plan. To the earlier point about the views of the RVCA, in the few days we've had to look at this application, we could not find a clear statement from the RVCA. And so if council and if committee could in fact get that statement and make it clear to the community what the position is, we'd appreciate it. Next slide, please. Also, to this whole concept of this rushed approval process, we also identified the worry about the wetland, and the infill dropped in 2004. Mr. Tremblay talks about the examinations that have been done. They've not been shared with the community. Agree. DevApps has the material, but with an ability to consult with our elected officials, with the councillors, with Councillor Luloff, who's writing this is in, and to talk to others, we have not had that time. And we also wonder where the objective engineering opinion is to assure us that this is in fact a reasonable development for this site. Next slide, please. Why would we ask for that? This is why. Sunrise, Miami, June 2021. A leaking swimming pool. 98 people died. I'm sure when the engineering was originally done, and had it been followed and human error not occurred, things would be much different. But human factors take over after developments are built. The risk with this development site might be considered even higher, given you have unmitigated riverine wash and flooding 365 days of the year moving forward. I call that risk. I come from a healthcare background. Next slide, please. So we say to you, this is already a hub, a wetland hub. And I've heard creative conversations from the experts on this file, Green Space Alliance, from a community perspective. They've been involved in this file for a long, long time. There is other land available here, but this is a hub. We've decided as a city to draw up a transit hub nearby. Why don't we develop it as a wetland hub that can be shared by all the community, that's not invasive? This is a singular site in Ottawa, and Ottawa needs to take a visionary approach to singular sites. This is a site that in theory could be accessed by 24 wards across the city. Next slide, please. So why the rush? We brought the Roadrunner to remind you that the OP is not completed and the 174 corridor secondary plan is not completed. And next slide, please. Like many of you have said today, and I'm going from memory now, Chair Gower, why are we in such a whirlwind? To Councillor Leeper's point, a writ is a perfect solution to help us all through periods of election and allow fair community participation. There are only 3 of us here today, not because only 3 people care about this issue. And I know you all know that. We're only 3 because that's all that we could pull together at the last minute. We would ask you to reject this. We'd ask you to be visionary and create a wetland hub that all of Ottawa can share. And failing that, at the very least, fair communication, fair community participation, fair access to the councillor for this ward requires a deferral today. Thank you very much for your time. And thank you, Kelly, for trying to help me with that video.
All right, thank you, Barbara. We have a question for you from Councillor Leeper.
Thank you very much, Barbara, and I appreciate the cautions that you have given us this afternoon. I have not had anywhere near sufficient time to be able to review this. Some of the red flags were only getting waved last night, and I think this warrants significantly more discussion, more opportunities to take a look at it before we pass. But I do want to try to understand there are apparently 2 big regulatory frameworks that need to be put in place. The official plan, which is not yet approved, and the secondary plan for the area. If those were approved today, if those were in place, would you be in front of us with the same message asking us to defer it?
I would be. Jeff, if I could be so bold. I would be, because I think what we're missing here is a huge opportunity. The application is putting the Trim Road hub node, I'll call it a node, in front of you as a means to develop a 15-minute neighborhood. I say to you that a 15-minute neighborhood isn't envisioned in here. In fact, this hub should be viewed more like Moody Drive. Moody Drive will not be a 15-minute neighborhood, at least until the NCC completely has a reversal. But the reality of that node is that it shoulders the LRT for our future. I say to you, this node should be an access point for all of Ottawa to one of the few still natural riverfronts along the river. And I don't think that's ever been looked at. So the long answer to your question is, yeah, I would come back. The truth of the matter, however, and I say it clearly, we haven't had enough time to look at what's in that 174 plan, corridor plan. We've read the official plan, of course, we've presented on it. But I think what there is in front of a brand new city council is a huge opportunity here. And only rushing this forward and asking us to comment has got us sitting here wondering, what could this be? And if there is land available, as I've heard spoken to previously, why are we on opposite sides? Why don't we get on one side, allow the development to occur where people want it, and allow us to respect the environment that we so desperately need on the other?
Okay, and I get it, and you know, I'm a realist. Obviously, the potential to turn it into essentially a park or a natural area that's accessible by people visiting. You know, that would require the city to own it, and that's a big leap. But if the secondary plan, and I'm sorry, I'm not sure the state of that secondary plan with respect to these lands, is it a blank sheet, or does it largely anticipate this kind of development on this parcel?
Again, we've been unable to get the support we need, Jeff, to really do a good job making the set of fulsome comments that I like to think I'm respected for. So I can't really say that today. Defer the item and let us come together and really talk about this and tackle this and come up with something that's reasonable. Cafes is always a willing partner of planning committee, environmental committee, and city council.
Okay. Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Leeper. Councillor Curry.
Thank you. Thank you, Barbara, for coming here. You know, I'm glad you brought this on our radar. One of the things we, you and I talk about in Canada is whether the 1 in 100 year, the stats, the data that engineers put their stamp on is actually accurate, you know, and that is, and I hear what Miguel's saying, you know, that the engineers have looked at this, they think they can do it. The Mississippi Valley Conservation Authority is okay. I hear all of that. One of the things I heard at the doors, and you know, from a Toronto stormwater engineer for the city of Toronto, said to me, our challenge is that the data we're dealing with, we think is out of date. It hasn't been updated in 20 years. Is there any understanding, you know, you were asked if we had the official plan, everything else was approved, but is there any understanding by you that some of that data will be updated and when it might be?
So thank you, Kathy, and I well understand what you heard at the doors because it came from a lot of our thousands of supporters in Canada. So what I do understand, I'll just be bald-faced and as honest as I can, what I've been able to glean in the last few days. We understand that there is ongoing work going inside the city with its experts on a mapping, floodplain mapping specifically. There is a heightened awareness around it, and I think investment perhaps in staffing to do that. And my understanding is that the mapping around the Rideau River and the RVCA main sites and also the MVCA in our West End is up to speed. But I understand a lot of the rivulets and small rivers, that data is not there. I stand to be corrected by staff, but that's what we've been told. So to your point, do we understand? Do we have all the data and do we understand it all? I suspect not. The second piece of it is, while we've been able to read and find that the RVCA has agreed to a 30-meter setback from the wetland, nowhere do we read a more, or were we able to find a more wholesome and fulsome opinion from the RVCA. Again, I admit we only had 4 days to look at the material, but we've not been able to have conversations. As many of you know, we struggled to reach you, but in the last 24 hours, in fact, I had to rely on Green Space Alliance to reach the chairs. Our goal is never to blindside. Our goal is to come forward and talk about things. So yeah, there are concerns, and really, we know the 1 in 100-year floodplain is not enough. That's why the official plan contemplates a 1 in 350-year floodplain. We also know that in some parts, the two align quite neatly. The data doesn't show a major change. I suspect, I don't know, but this is a very flat, low part of Orleans. I know that because I used to own a business and operate a business there. I know the area fairly well. So this brings into question what the costs are down the road here. And I really think that rushing this through this application now without assessing the two parameters which the first decision was premised on, is, well, it's square-headed, frankly.
Thank you. I have a number of questions for staff.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Curry. And thank you, Barbara. Appreciate your time here today.
Thank you, Chair, and best of luck, Scott.
Thanks so much. Great, so that is it for our delegations. We will now move to questions to the applicants. And John is still here and Miguel is here as well. So do we have questions for the applicants on this? I'm sure we must. No? Oh. John, just keep your thing on mute because it echoes back at us.
Okay, I'm gonna, can we connect me via the phone?
Yeah, Kelly will reach out to you.
Okay.
In the interim, can I offer just a couple of comments?
Well, you already had your time to speak, Miguel, so I can't, I can't let you do that.
I know, but I am nice to you as well, and I'm not getting any leeway.
Well, yeah. Anyways, Councillor Lieber has some questions for you.
Yeah, again, I wish I'd had a lot more time to take a look at this. The red flags really did start waving just over the past day or so, and most of us around this table were probably picking up election signs 48 hours ago. So it's not a lot of time to come to grips with this. But can I just ask, why was this originally filled in 2004?
So I can't answer the question as to where the dirt came from and everything else. But what I can tell you is that in those kind of issues are considered in the geotech report. I'm not going to comment on the geotech report. I'm not familiar enough with it. But again, I provided the committee with an inventory of all of the studies that were done. The issue of fill in 2004 would have been addressed in the geotech study. It would have been addressed in the slope stability study. It would have been addressed in the landfill hazard study. And I in response to your comments about the timelines, recall that this application was submitted in September 2020. So I don't want to imply to the committee that this came through in the last 6 months. They've been working on this with the city on a submitted application for 2 years, let alone the time that the developer was working on those reports. This is like 4 years worth of work. And I am sympathetic to the delegations that they weren't in the loop and that the CA didn't maybe articulate why they are comfortable with the 30-meter setback, but they did that with staff. And how we got here is that there was a protracted series of meetings, reports, addendums, reviews. I mentioned 2 separate peer reviews to all of these documents. We're not obtuse to these concerns. We realize that there are issues of floodplains and everything else. There will be flood proofing as a result of where we are. But as I noted earlier, we are outside of the EP zone. We are not encroaching into the area of the significant wetland. The Conservation Authority has confirmed they're comfortable with the 30 meters. But these are all the product of a significant amount of work and technical reports. Lastly, there is more to come. We still have a site plan control application that's going to deal with issues of construction, floodproofing, mapping. All of those things are still going to be addressed through the site plan control application. All we're doing here is setting the parameters for the heights, which I haven't heard any fundamental discomfort with on the building heights, in largely because, and we are very mindful of this, we are waiting on the new OP. The new OP identifies these lands as part of a protected major transit station area. It is a target area for intensification for the city. We're within 200 meters of your phase 2 LRT station. And to be honest, we're one of the only properties that can actually contribute significant density to that station. And that's why the secondary plan recognizes this. And I think Councillor Leeper, you asked the question. We are fully in step with that secondary plan. As a matter of fact, we stole the policies from the secondary plan and put them in the holding provision. So there was no discomfort that we're skirting that secondary plan, which, to answer your other question, is planning committee approved, sitting on a shelf before it goes to city council. It is a planning committee approved, this planning committee approved, and it's waiting on the new OP to be fully implemented. We're relying on council or planning committee approved documents in terms of the heights and the densities. The lands are already available for development because we have a clear delineation of the EP zone, and that's based on very technical reports. Thank you.
Fair enough. I mean, my job, I don't generally get involved with planning files and the technical aspects of those while staff are working through them. But this planning committee is asked to contemplate, the totality of the work that's been done. And when it hears concerns, it needs access to the source materials, and it can only do its job properly as an oversight job when it has time to take a look at those. And so I'm sure there's a million studies that are in the background here, and I've had no time to even begin to review them. The people who I trust are suggesting that there are real questions that need to be asked about them, and rather than make a mistake, I'm just going to vote no on this today, because it's absolutely gobsmacking to me that I'm being told just to trust that the studies are done. Thank you.
I'm not asking you to trust that the studies are done. I'm encouraging you to rely on your staff that provided a report to planning committee and an analysis of those studies. I'm not asking you to trust me. Believe me, I'm not. That's not my approach. I'm suggesting that technical staff at the city, the Conservation Authority, your peer reviewers review these studies on your behalf to make sure that they are comfortable with the recommendation they're putting forward.
Yeah, but that's not why residents vote for city councilors, and
Thanks.
We have an oversight role.
Yeah, you'll have the chance to ask staff those questions too, Councillor Leeper. Thank you, Councillor Curry.
Actually, you know what? I'll ask staff. I'll save it for staff.
Okay, is there any further questions for the applicant then? Seeing none. Oh, Councillor Cheney.
Hey, sorry about that, Chair. I don't know if John Smith's still around. I know there's this whole echo thing.
We were trying to get...
Yeah, I'm online here.
Great. Hey, John. So I've seen some of the things in the presentations today that I'm even kind of shaking my head a little bit. I'm seeing properties that are actually not part of the parcel. Can you just give me a quick highline of any of the concerns that you've heard today with some of the presentations that we've seen?
So just very quickly to go through, there was comment that the applications are being rushed, and it seems to be a last minute process. As Miguel had indicated, the applications were actually submitted in September of 2020.
Hey, John, maybe you just want to turn your video
We've been
off.
at this for the better part of there was seconds that were provided by staff. Yep. There were extensive comments that were provided by staff to the initial application, and we responded to all of those comments in a resubmission in January of 2021. There was a further extensive set of reviews and comments provided, and we responded back to that with a third submission in July of 2022. So this has been an ongoing process where we've been engaging with staff, both in the policy side and the development review side, to formalize the proposal that was being brought forward to ensure that all the requirements with respect to technical considerations were addressed. So this is not a last minute. This was very much a process that's been ongoing for quite a period of time. There's also comment about sort of the site being within the 1 to 100 year flood. In fact, the area that's proposed to be developed is outside the 1 to 100 year flood. While there might be some indication in the new official plan that we should be looking at the 1 to 350, that's not the regulatory requirement at this point in time. And the RVCA is fully acknowledging that the floodplain, the 1 to 100 years, the 45 contour on the site, which in fact skirts around the area that we're actually developing. So the only portion of this project that would be sitting into an area underneath would be the parking garage, and it's been made clear by the Rideau Valley Conservation Authority that we'll have to do floodproofing, which is fully understood, and a detail that we would be addressing through the detailed design in the building permit stage. I think the other important thing to note is that all of this stuff, in fact, the basis for what we're doing is very much being driven by what the city has been doing. The city's been very much leading the exercise through its new official plan that put in place the ability to have high density, high profile with a protected major transit station area to try to capitalize on the LRT. The secondary plan is in place. There's nothing that's not there that we're not in accord with. So again, the city's been very much leading the policy framework that this application is now sort of leading in terms of the details as far as implementation of that policy framework. And in fact, we've got holding provisions that say that those policy frameworks need to be in place before we can actually act on it. The fill was actually introduced by the previous owner onto the site, again, recognizing it was a development reserve lands or zoning, which did contemplate for some form of development. And so the area of the site that's proposed to be developed is not at all environmental. If you go out on the site, you'll see, and you can see by the photographs, the aerial photographs, that is very much a filled area. And the foundations for the project are going to be founded or grounded on bedrock. So the concerns that you're actually building on the fill is not in fact correct. The fill will be removed and the structure will actually sit in the ground and will be grounded on bedrock. So all of that was extensively addressed and looked at through the slope stability and landslide risk assessment review processes, which have been peer reviewed outside of a company in Europe and outside of a company in British Columbia. So again, I think as we've been indicating, we're quite comfortable that the full gambit of requirements to demonstrate and confirm the area of the site that can be developed is in fact developable, and is entirely in line with the directions that the city has articulated through its planning policy documents. And from our perspective, and as Miguel indicated, there's going to be a lot more work that will be done once we get into the site plan stage. But the basis for going ahead and saying this is a site where your secondary plan says we can accommodate buildings up to 40 stories in height, can support buildings as we're proposing between 24 and 32 stories. And we're responding to all of the expectations in terms of that interface between sort of the urban node around the LRT station at Trim Road, and also recognizing the green space destination that is associated with the Petrie Island area. So from our perspective, there's a very good harmonization. Plus, we're also naturalizing portions of the site beyond what we have today to actually make them more integrated into the natural environment of the site and the PSW to the north. So that, I think, is also an important consideration that hasn't really been talked about up to this point in time. We're in fact increasing the wetland area that's associated with this project from what exists today. And that work was authorized through the province and has now been completed by the owner of the property. So we've got more wetland area than what was initially associated with this site.
Great. Thank you very much, John. Obviously, you're very well respected and credible, and you wouldn't be so passionate about this, and also highlighting the fact this has been going on quite a while. This isn't just a big surprise. So I'll save some questions for staff. I do want to thank you, though, for I see this project as something very important. We just went through an election talking housing crisis, not enough housing. This is right at the TOD. I mean, this is what we want to do. But of course, the concern about the flooding, I think you've helped debunk a lot of what we've heard today. So thank you for that.
Thank you, Councillor Tierney. Councillor Luloff.
Yeah, my question is for John Smith. Obviously, there's far more work that needs to be done on this file before it's presented to Planning Committee and Council for site plan review. What other studies are going to have to be completed between now and then in order to get you to a place where you feel comfortable bringing site plan review to the committee?
The basics of the studies that have been completed up to this point in time have basically been at a level that confirms the ability to service the site for sort of the transportation, support the development through the geotechnical work and the landslide risk assessment work that was done. So what will happen now is the studies completed will into
John, your
level where you start identifying of how the site will be formally addressed. Sorry?
It's really choppy again.
You're losing me again?
Yeah, we can hardly make out what you're saying.
That's why I was hoping that we could get on the phone. But anyways, I think it's really more a refinement. Plus, we're going to be going through the UDRP process, and there's going to be some further confirmation on the definition of the PSW that the province will be confirming. So it's a more refined level of analysis that will be done, which is necessary to get you to a point where there's assurances that the project can be built to meet all the expectations for orderly development of the site, and on which a building permit can then be issued.
John, you worked in the city in development for your entire career and looked at sites like this over the course of your time here. Talk to me a little bit about the risk that we're hearing from the members of the community and the other organizations that spoke today. Can you talk to me a little bit about the risk that they're raising and your thoughts on that, please?
So I don't discount that there's concerns. There's always concerns when there's development being proposed in areas of the city, particularly where there might be various challenges associated with that. That's the reason why there's such a high expectation on incredibly detailed studies. That's the reason why those studies are reviewed extensively, not just by city staff, but by outside staff. In this case, including also ministries, and in our case, also peer reviews. All of these things are being done to address those areas of concern and those areas of risk. And again, as you indicated, Councillor, yes, I've been with the city I was with the city for 34 years. A good chunk of that was in development review. And when I see sort of the extent of study work that was done and the confirmations that were being provided, and you can ask staff once you get into the questions with staff, but I'm sure that they will also indicate that there was an extensive amount of work that was done. In my opinion, the amount of work that was done is beyond what would typically be associated with a rezoning application. But recognizing the significance of the site and various matters that have to be appropriately looked at and addressed. More detailed work done be what would typically be associated with more of a straightforward rezoning. So I'm very comfortable with the project. I'm very comfortable with the details that have been developed as far as the zoning. I'm very comfortable with the policy directions that have been established by the city. And I really think that this is exactly the type of stuff that we need to see happening within the city if we're going to be true to supporting increased growth within the urban area to minimize expansions into greenfields areas outside the urban boundary.
John, about 400 meters away from this site is a Brazil site where you've got 5 towers planned of approximately the same height, 3 that are built now. What's the difference in these two sites when it comes to stability and that sort of thing?
I think the issues are not dissimilar, and the consultant that was brought on board looking at the geotechnical, the landslide risk assessment work that was done was also the consultant that was involved in looking at the Brazil project. And the determinations were that the two sites are not dissimilar in terms of the things that were looked at. I would also point out that the city of Ottawa has not identified this area as being an area of unstable slopes. Notwithstanding, we've done work to address that issue. I mean, the official plan, both the 2003 official plan, the new official plan, identifies areas of unstable slopes where there's a high expectation of undertaking landslide risk assessments. This is not one of those areas. Notwithstanding, that level of study was undertaken just to be satisfied that, in fact, the development that's being proposed is appropriate at this location and can be supported without some of those risk elements coming into play. So, but in terms of similarity, they're not significantly different from one to the other, especially that area of the Brazil property that's sort of closer to the water's edge, the ones that are closer to the 174. Clearly, it's a bit of a different situation there, which more aligns with what might happen when the city looks at developing the city works yard immediately to the south of the site that we're looking at right now.
One last question. The area of this piece of property that you've deemed as developable, that you've worked with staff on, that have also deemed it as developable, has that area ever flooded?
I'm not aware if that area has ever flooded or if that stayed above, but the one thing that I would point out is that Jeanne d'Arc is at a higher elevation than even the top of where the fill is. The intent with this project is to have a platform that is basically at elevation with Jeanne d'Arc, which in fact, and even looking at the images that were hard to see on the previous speaker, Jeanne d'Arc was not flooded in this location. And the intent is to build up the platform on this site that the towers would sit on to be at a similar grade to Jeanne d'Arc. Right now, that fill area sits about 3 meters below the elevation of Jeanne d'Arc. So again, I'm quite comfortable that the structure itself will not be impacted by floodwaters in the future, and will be undertaking appropriate flood proofing of anything that goes below grade, as would be typical, even if you're in a situation where you might not be in a flood prone area, but you've got a low water table situation.
Okay, thank you very much for these clarifying questions. I did have a chance to read the report, despite the fact that we were in the middle of an election and I'm not a part of planning committee. So I have gone through all of the material. I appreciate the extra work that you did on this, John, and in taking my questions. Thanks.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. So we are done with the applicant. We move on to questions to staff. First, I wanted a lot of the conversation, so to show them a lot of the conversation has been around, you know, the site, and maybe some questions to the applicant that would have been better posed to yourself, I think. So you're recommending approval. You've heard the concerns about the setbacks and what this property is, and what's your response to that? Why is the city comfortable with approving this property for this zone?
I can tell you that even before the new official plan, as well as the Orleans corridor secondary plan process were underway, the number one concerns around this site and its redevelopment would be the environmental concerns and the slope stability concerns, simply because it is at a height difference and it is right up against a provincially significant wetland. So the reason the applicant went over and beyond the typical minimum requirements or the requirements and standards that we have outlined is because we were all skeptical. And between Conservation Authority and the City of Ottawa, we've asked them to give us more information and then some more to allay our concerns at this conceptual level, that is the zoning level, to give us enough information for us to move to a position of, yeah, I think this is possible. And essentially, what we're making them do is, okay, so the environmental aspects, the geotechnical aspects, the soil contamination aspects that may have been introduced to a potential fill that was brought in from off-site, all of those items have been itemized, assessed, and we have a game plan moving forward as to how to create a stability for the proposal in terms of geotechnical anchoring, in terms of any remediation that may be required for the soil, all which will be dealt with at site plan control. It will be conditioned, all the assessment and mitigation strategies will be conditioned through site plan control, but as mentioned before, it will also be further refined so the game plan becomes tighter. The whole aspect of mitigating potential adverse effects, minimizing risk to public health and safety, we've already started looking at it at a higher level. We've asked for more information at this higher level in order that we can create a tighter game plan at the site plan control stage. Then there came the new official plan policies, as well as the Orleans Corridor secondary plan policies, which do promote and support a higher increased density around protected major transit station areas, and then the secondary plan policies, which have site-specific policies for this particular site, anchoring that the northern portion of the lands should be remaining in green space designation under the secondary plan amendment. And then the southern part of the site is a suitable area for redesignation for station core area or station area core, which once again promotes the higher density, mixed uses, transit supportive development, the elements of that are core to a 15-minute neighborhood design. So we basically had to integrate both of those into this concept proposal, and the applicant has been led by the city, but we've also been quite exigent for the zoning amendment process. And then we're going to detail it further under site plan control. And one more item to note is that Conservation Authority will be providing permits, will have to provide permits, because essentially the boundaries of any significant features noted in the environmental impact statements, the slopes and soil structure, substratas, have been noted in the geotechnical report. They've been noted in the phase 1 ESA report, including the landslide risk assessment that's also been introduced as a side component. They've been peer reviewed by an outside party, not paid by the consultant, not paid by the city, but by Conservation Authority. The typical 120 meter setback from provincially significant wetlands, that policy exists in the absence of an EIS or an environmental impact statement that asserts otherwise. If you submit an EIS and there is evidence that you can support within the 120 meter setback, that 30 meter setback at minimum be respected in this case. And beyond that, within the balance of the 120 meters, any form of development, and that includes this development, the R5A zone with a holding, a recommendation that it must receive permits from Conservation Authority.
Okay.
And that will be done at site plan.
Okay. Appreciate that. Geraldine, you want to jump in on that? I know you got your hand up, so just before I go to councillors.
I just wanted to point out quickly as well on the Conservation Authority piece to make it very clear to everybody on the call. We have been working very closely with the Conservation Authority, who has outlined all of their requirements to the city. We've discussed some of them today around floodplain, around significant or provincially significant wetland rather, and boundaries, around hazard assessments, risk. So all of those things have been contemplated and incorporated into the proposal. I also want to let everybody know that we do have Nick Stowe on the call from our natural systems team, who is also well engaged and integrated into how the city looks at that provincially significant wetland and how we've decided that that's appropriate in this case. And I know we've talked a lot about environment here. Also formerly part of my background working in natural systems. And so I do really value the discussion that's being had here today. And you know, we haven't got to talk about POPs and some of the walkways and open space and how we're going to create that animation and activity along this waterfront to kind of raise the value of some of these natural features. So I just wanted to mention that quickly.
I assume it's Eric Lalonde at RVCA that's working on this?
Yes.
Yeah, so Eric's one of their strong planner over there. So that's good. Councillor Curry.
Thank you very much for this. I want to be very clear on how I'm going to vote on this. I am not concerned that this was even rushed. I can tell by just the level of detail here, that this was not rushed. This has been going on for a very, very long time. That's obvious. I'm not that concerned about this hub concept. I think that the density is great. It's near transit. This could be a great place. I had a long and great conversation with Councillor Luloff last night about what this might mean and how much better this could be for the whole area and all the services and opportunities for additional housing. Not concerned about that. As Miguel pointed out, the height doesn't bother me at all. I actually completely trust staff. People wear their engineering rings for a reason. They don't put their names and stamps on things lightly. They take a lot of time and thought with this. There's no question about that in my mind. The one challenge I have is the similar challenge to what we were talking about in Canada, is that if it were that the data were to change for 100-year data versus 350-year data, would that make a difference? So now I'm hearing, thanks to Shona, that there's a whole site plan process that we will go through all of that. And I think that will be the critical time where there will have to be permits or not. And I think that that's where all of this conversation will be most valuable, will be in the site plan stage. But I would love to hear from Nick Stowe, because Nick Stowe, who's following some of what the province is announcing, tweeted out there yesterday about what the level of authority, Conservation Authority will have going forward, which is worrisome to me. Because believe me, Councillor Moffat, we do look at the people of those conservation authorities and think, okay, well, if they approve it and they're good with it, then that's very reassuring. To me, I think, again, more experts. And yet the provincial regulations, what we're seeing going forward now, may be that conservation authorities have little to no say in anything and no value. So I would love a comment from Nick Stowe on this. That I think will help me as well.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, the staff are just in the midst of evaluating all of the implications of Bill 23 and have begun work on memorandum to update senior staff and council on the implications of that. There's not much that I can tell you. One of the proposed changes in the Conservation Authorities Act would prohibit the Conservation Authority from reviewing and commenting on matters under the Planning Act. And there's a possibility that a suggestion that permits from conservation authorities may not be required in some municipalities if a matter does fall under the Planning Act. So those are proposals, and we have not fully assessed all the implications of those yet. With respect to my involvement and professional opinion on this application, I've been involved in this application from the very start, very much involved with the applicant, with the Conservation Authority, and with our environmental planners, also our infrastructure staff. The comments in the environmental implications section of the staff report I have reviewed them. I agree with those comments. I believe that this zoning bylaw amendment respects our natural heritage policies, and based upon my discussions with my colleagues in infrastructure planning in the conservation authorities, I am also very comfortable that it respects all of their requirements as well.
Thank you very much for that, Nick. My one really only question here is that the difference between the 100 and the 350 year, is it my understanding based on one of the recent comments that this area isn't actually in the floodplain, so the 100 versus the 350 wouldn't even apply?
I cannot speak to the 350-year floodplain. I don't know where the line for that is, and that's not my area of expertise, but I have reviewed the zoning bylaw amendment and the site plan concept that the applicants have provided, and the development itself is outside the 1 in 100-year floodplain. There is an open space boundary. The open space zone lies between the development and the 100-year floodplain, and so the Conservation Authority is comfortable with that, as am I.
Okay, thank you very much for this. I will just say that no one on this call wants to have buildings built where they will then flood, and we would be responsible for that. Nobody wants that. So I would trust that during the site plan process that there will be even extra cautions that take place. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Menard.
Thanks very much, Chair. Yeah, just picking up where Councillor Curry left off, that is my principal concern as well, is if this area floods, what's the repercussion? So in the presentation from Barbara Ramsey seemed to indicate that the area where the buildings would go has flooded in the past, whether it's within the 100 year or 1 in 350 year. So just to staff, if this area floods again, presumably, past where the buildings are proposed to go, what will occur?
Mr. Chair, I'll lead off and then planning staff can follow if they choose. I concur with what Mr. Smith said to committee in that the reason why detailed studies are required and given a review is for a municipality in order to satisfy itself that that eventuality is not likely to occur. And so you look at it, evaluate the engineering work that has been done so that you can or cannot reach a conclusion that flooding is not likely to occur. And if you cannot reach that conclusion, then the development isn't recommended for approval.
Okay, I can appreciate that. And I think our official plan is consistent with that, as I recall, because I had worked on some of these sections during the official plan drafting. And in fact, it was one of the sections that the province had sent back to us, questioning, when they sent back that list, questioning several sections, provincially significant wetlands were in that list. And the concern, I guess, that I'd be expressing is it appears this area, the road access into this area and the area surround it has flooded in the last 5 years. So I'm just concerned, given where we are with climate change, the greatest risk to Ottawa in terms of climate change is flooding. We've said that before. So I'm concerned that if it floods again, what will happen? So are the buildings going to be flood proof above the ground level where it seems like flooding may occur again? It is a question that I've got. And then secondarily, within our official plan, we did revise policies to clearly state that the climate vulnerable flood area is the 1 in 100 and 350 year event, as mapped by the conservation authorities. We also state in response to the province that development and site alteration within the 120 meters boundary of the feature must demonstrate that there will be no negative impacts on the natural feature or its ecological functions. That was our response to the province. And I'm not convinced that there is going to be no negative impacts whatsoever to the natural features in this area and its ecological function as a result of this development, not the least of which are migratory birds. And so the last piece, just around the official plan that I would mention, and this is where, again, concerns arise, is we say that development and site alteration is prohibited in provincially significant wetlands. So can staff just confirm that in the official plan we've said we don't want to build residential within the floodplain?
What I can speak to are a couple of factors, if I'm allowed to speak, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, of course.
Okay, so when it comes to the migratory birds, one of the elements that pops up in my mind is the bird safe design guidelines for glazing and so on. Those are aspects that we also do look at in detail under site plan control review. That process, that review level of analysis hasn't started, but we do have mitigation tactics for the types of glazings that are to be used. When it comes to the safety factor of floodproofing, not once in my discussions early on with Jamie Batchelor of RVCA, and then secondary with Eric Lalonde when he took over, not once was the discussion of the 1 to 350 floodplain an item that they needed to flag to me. And they have been reviewing it based on greater than what was existing, because it was in that in-between phase between the current OP and the new OP. So they've been looking at it from both angles. That was not a flag item. That being said, I also cannot comment on the 1 to 350 plane because I have not looked at it specifically in relationship to this. But in my discussions with Conservation Authority, it was not a flag. They flagged several items based on the new OP requirements and the upcoming new, they're not requirements yet, but we need to tell you, these are coming up as, flags. This was not one of them.
Okay, thanks for that. And just on the questions, Chair, perhaps to the official plan that I was raising, there were 3 different areas I was raising there, most of them in response to the province with their concerns that they had outlined when we sent our initial draft to them. It's just around residential areas and floodplains, the provincially significant wetland area, and the no negative effects piece.
Royce, would that go to you? Yeah.
Yep. So, Mr. Chair, I believe one of the questions was development within the 1 to 100 year limit. An official plan does not contemplate development within that zone. However, minor development is permitted pending on a number of criteria.
Okay, thank you, Chair.
All right, thank you, Councillor Menard. Councillor Lieber.
Thank you very much. So this is obviously in very close proximity to the shoreline. I'm just wondering, what is the potential in staff's view for, let's say, first stormwater runoff, and how will that be mitigated? Things like litter, a lot of human activity at a site like this can result in is there a potential for more man-made stuff to wind up in the Ottawa River and in sensitive lands? And then we have heard from, I believe it was Ms. Ramsey, about the impacts of this human activity on the wildlife nearby. What are the likely impacts that we could expect from a very intense development this close to the shoreline on with the lights that are there and the noise of cars and just a higher level of activity on some of the wildlife nearby?
If I might just quickly address the piece on refuge, Councillor. Refuse, we would look at garbage and how that would interact and interplay with the site through site plan. So it's just a specific that I don't think we've quite dialed down into yet. the applicant may be able to provide us with some information, but certainly something that we would be looking at through that site plan in those
And I don't
details.
mean waste disposal. I mean,
Oh, you're talking stormwater management.
and not just storm. When you have a lot of people in one
Mhm.
place, there are pops, for example, and stuff. People dispose of stuff inappropriately. They drop their, our city's full of disposed masks right now. For example, people have got to stop putting their throwing their mask on the ground. Just the refuse and the litter of a lot more human activity happening here.
Yeah, yes, okay. And so I do still think that's a matter that we would deal with more intently at site plan. With respect to your other questions, I think we do have Nick here and some of our environmental colleagues that might be able to answer some of that.
Mr. Chair, looking at the impacts of this development on the natural environment, a lot, of course, will be determined through site plan. With respect to litter, refuse in the natural area, we generally see the main source of that being a snow removal. Where we have parking lots adjacent to natural areas, it's very common for snow removal contractors to use those areas for the dumping of snow, which often carries garbage and refuse, as well as damages vegetation. That's not an issue here because the site is depending upon a parking garage. The stormwater management, I confess I don't recall the exact details, but I have reviewed the stormwater management plan for concept for the site. I don't have any concerns there, and the Conservation Authority did not have any concerns. There again, refuse. There will always be some windblown garbage that goes into a natural area, and if we don't provide garbage containers and so on along pathways and so on, then there will be, of course, garbage that goes into those areas. I don't see that as being a large risk here. Access to the waterfront at this location will be relatively controlled through pathway systems where we can put in those refuse containers. If it is publicly private space, then the owner of the space will also have responsibility for maintaining that area. The issues such as lighting are a concern next to wetlands, and typically we will deal with that at a site plan level using such things as cutoff lights so that the light spillage into the natural area is reduced. Similarly, impacts on migratory birds. Again, we have our bird-friendly design guidelines, which we will be asking the proponent to consider here. And in terms of just general level of disturbance from noise, the movement of people in the area, I recognize that this is already a very active location. We have a lot of movement of people and traffic to and from Petrie Island. We have the marina across the way. In the wintertime, we have abundant ice fishing shacks in this area. So there is a high degree of activity already in this area. I don't think we are going to be aggravating any disturbance. And I would expect that wildlife in the area would be relatively used to such disturbance. So I do not see any increased impacts on this area from the development.
The natural area to the north of this site, there's obviously an environmental protection area. What characterizes it today? Like, what does that look like? It just, to my eye, it looks like brush.
It is, so the immediate shoreline is, as Mr. Smith has described, an area of fill. And so there has been a lot of brush, mostly non-native vegetation that has grown up along fill. Where there is any vegetation at all, much of it is just clear dirt over fill. The wetland itself is a marsh with perhaps a fringe of shrubs along the edge that then deepens into a more of an aquatic marsh, and it is provincially significant wetland. It is also very good fish habitat. This is a prime fish area. That type of wetland, I would not expect to see to be particularly sensitive to this development, assuming that the stormwater management system is effectively controlling runoff and contaminants into that area.
And so through the site plan, I guess, Shoma, I'm just wondering, are you confident that the site can prevent runoff from the site into the marsh area and into the river?
That is the plan. Those are the engineering controls that have been indicated to us will be applied at the site plan engineering review stage.
What kind of measures are those typically?
So the stormwater management will basically be part of the flood proofing, because if you recall, there will be no at-grade parking, there will be no at-grade vehicle movement. It's going to be public open spaces, privately owned public open spaces at the grade level, at the level where we will be walking off the street. All the parking and vehicular movement for all of the residential towers, as well as the mixed uses below, will be via an underground parking. The access point is off of Jeanne d'Arc Boulevard North. So when it comes to the environment, due to its proximity to a provincially significant wetland, I will understand that there will probably be environmental management practices at play. And with this being under one ownership, the overall, not a planned unit development, but this overall development will be under one ownership, with the possibility of the city managing the northern portion with the city river views when it comes to the passive design and so on. There will be an environmental management or stewardship at play, similar to what Conservation Authority usually has along waterways for other sites that are being developed along rivers, along streams. And I'm pretty sure they're going to be applying it at this one, which is a much more intensified effort right up against a provincially significant wetland.
But if I may ask again, what typically is done to keep runoff from escaping the site?
It is usually piped and controlled, and then when it is run off, it is run off to city infrastructure. And in certain cases, it is the contaminants are either dealt with on site or through the city. I would believe through the city water plants that will clean it before it actually gets into the river.
So the site, and I am pleased to hear that the current fill, and I'm presuming on a very targeted basis, will be removed. The foundations will sit on bedrock. It will be refilled, and underneath that fill, you're going to have presumably then drainage pipes that have catch basins, etc. And the site will be graded in such a way as to channel stormwater into those catch basins and other features.
Yes, if you remember, this is the flood proofing that will be occurring around the underground parking structure. It's going to create somewhat of a bathtub situation. So imagine like the old bathtub, right? And then all the pipes. So essentially, whatever water, it's not supposed to be going directly to recharge the wetland below, but it will be controlled rather. And as it is controlled, it will be led off to city pipes along the city rights of ways for it to be channeled. But before that happens, there's always the at site, part of the stormwater management control is that we will apply grading and oil brick separations. Sorry about that.
Okay.
The public view. grading and oil grit separators, and that will help with stormwater management before it leaves the.
Okay. Those are my questions. Thank you, Chair. Thanks for your patience.
All right, thank you. And whoever's calling Shoma right now, I mean, come on, have some respect. Just trying to answer Lieber's question. Just calling her.
Oh, also, I wanted to mention when it comes to the light spill off, the light spill off, we have the 0 or the 0.1 meter, 0.1 lumen candle light cutoff at the property edges. So when we direct all the lighting back onto the site, the lighting from the on-street lamps or on-site lamps or on-site lighting at grade will not spill over into the adjacent lands. The question when it comes to the tower lights from the residential uses, etc., we're going to look at that in more detail at site plan control stage and how to offset that.
Okay, thank you. Any further questions for staff? Seeing none. Is anyone comfortable with, I'm not sure, would you prefer yeas and nays on this?
Yeas and nays, please.
I figured, that's why I asked. So the recommendation in front of us is that Planning Committee recommend Council approve an amendment to zoning bylaw 2008-250 for parts of 1015 Tweddle Road, as shown in document 1, to rezone the lands from development reserve to residential 5th density, subzone A, exception with a holding provision, parks and open space zone, subzone R, and environmental protection zone, as detailed in document 2, and 2, that Planning Committee approve the conservation details section of this report. So on yeas and nays. So with yeas and nays, Kelly.
Councillor Brockington,
Yes.
Councillor Cluche, Councillor Curry,
Yes.
Councillor Dudas,
Yes.
Councillor Hubley, Councillor Kitts,
Yes.
Councillor Leeper,
No.
Councillor Menard, Councillor Tierney,
Yes.
Chair Gower,
Yes.
No for me. Sorry.
oh, sorry, okay. And Chair Moffat.
Yes. So you got that no was from Councilor Menard?
Yeah, 7 yeas, 2 nays.
Okay. Thank you. We will move on to the next item, and I'll hand it back to Councillor Gower.
Thank you, Chair. So the next two items are 4.16 and 4.17 in the agenda. They are both in Knoxdale, Maribel. Councillor Egli is here and has asked us to go to 4.17 first, 25 Fair Oaks Crescent. So we're going to do this item first and then go to the Capilano Drive item after that with the concurrence of committee. Everybody's okay with that? And also in the interest of time, there is a presentation available, but I'm going to ask for committee's approval that we skip the staff presentation on the Fair Oaks item. Everyone okay with that? Okay. We have one public delegation. We have the applicants here and of course staff to answer questions. The delegation, we'll go to the delegation first. It is G. Miles. Don't have a first name, so.
He's actually not on the call.
Okay.
Chair. No.
Okay. Well, in that case, I'll go to the applicants and give them an opportunity to speak for 5 minutes. The applicants are represented by Jeffrey Kelly, Murray Chown, and Tone Dreesen, pardon me.
Hey, Chair, can you hear me correctly?
Yes. Hi, Jeff.
I don't sound distorted. I think I've had a problem in the past.
No, you're sounding good right now.
Perfect. I'll be making the presentation today on behalf of our client.
All right.
So thank you for bringing up these slides. And I'll just proceed. So good afternoon. My name is Jeff Kelly. I'm a planner with Novatech, here to present the application for rezoning on the property located at 25 Fair Oaks Crescent. I'm joined today by my colleague Murray Chown and the project architect Tone Dressen, who will also be available to answer questions from the committee as required. Next slide, please. So just a general overview of the context. We would like to highlight that the subject property is located just north of the planned Knoxdale O train station at the corner of Knoxdale and Woodruff Avenue, and that the subject property is located within a 445-meter radius and is a 7-minute walk from the planned Knoxdale station. Next slide, please. Subject site is designated neighborhood in the outer urban transect of the new official plan. Policies of the new official plan are supportive of low-rise intensification on the subject site to accommodate residential growth, transition towards more urban built forms, and support a variety of housing types with a focus on lower density, missing middle housing. Subject site is in a suitable location for intensification in proximity to planned rapid transit, being just outside of the 400-meter radius from the planned Knoxdale station. The subject site is zoned R3Z, and this zone does permit townhouse dwellings on the subject site. Next slide, please. So it is proposed to develop 3 townhouses with secondary dwelling units in each townhome. Pedestrian access will be provided from Fair Oaks Crescent. Outdoor amenity space will be provided in the front yard, corner side yard, rear yard, and on private balconies. The westernmost unit will have a parking space located in the interior side yard. The interior unit and easternmost unit will have a parking space within an attached garage. Practically speaking, there is room in the driveway of each proposed townhouse unit for 1 additional parking space, which would be 6 parking spaces in total. We also note that lease agreements for the proposed secondary units will specify that a parking space is not included. And we also would note that permit parking is not available on the street. Site-specific zoning provisions are required to facilitate the proposed development, which I will now speak to in detail. Next slide, please. So first, relief is requested for a decrease to the minimum required rear yard setback. The site-specific schedule before you shows the requested building setbacks for the proposed development. I will note that the front yard, corner side yard, and interior side yard setbacks fully conform with provisions of the R3Z zone and the exception provision on the subject property. The building footprint has been designed to conform with alternative interior yard provisions for corner lots, which apply to all corner lots located within the Greenbelt and in proximity to transit. Next slide, please. Specifically, as shown in green, note that the total rear yard area required by the zoning provisions applicable to all properties within the Greenbelt is a rear yard area of just under 37 square meters. As shown in blue, a total rear yard area of just over 95 square meters is provided. This is more than double the rear yard area typically required for properties within the Greenbelt in close proximity to transit. The rear yard area provided will ensure appropriate separation from abutting buildings and will provide sufficient outdoor amenity areas for residents of each townhome. Next slide, please. Secondly, relief is requested to permit an individual driveway for each of the proposed townhouse units. The exception provision requires a minimum lot width of 5 meters and applies to all areas highlighted on the image before you. All low-rise developments proposed within the Greenbelt are not permitted to have an individual driveway if the minimum required lot width is less than 6 meters. So note that all of the properties highlighted have an existing individual driveway and do not technically conform with provisions of the zoning bylaw. Next slide, please. So third, relief is requested to permit the entrance of the garage for lot B to be set back 0 meters further from the front lot line than the front wall of the building, whereas 0.6 meters is required. So as shown on the image before you, this is simply based on the angular nature of the corner side yard and the orientation of the proposed entrances along the north frontage. Next slide, please.
You have 30 seconds,
Yep,
Jeff.
just summary. So in summary, we note that the proposed development conforms with the policies of the official plan is consistent with relevant design guidelines and represents intensification in a low-rise form that is within close proximity to planned rapid transit. The proposed development represents good land use planning. And we concur with staff recommendations to approve the requested zoning bylaw amendment and respectfully request support from planning committee to approve the staff recommendation. Next slide, please. And that's just a thank you, and we're happy to respond to any questions as requested.
Okay, thank you, Jeff. So we will go to questions for the applicant from committee members or councilors. Councillor Leeper.
Thanks. I want to make sure I understand the parking situation, because that seems to be the key point of contention with this one. The built form seems fine, but if I understand properly, residents are upset that there may be, a car for each of the principal dwelling units and then a car for each of the secondary dwelling units. And the question is, where are those cars for the secondary dwelling units going to go? Is that a fair assessment of what you've heard as the applicant?
Mr. Chair, if I may respond on behalf of the proponent and the application team, there certainly has been discussion about parking. There's every single infill application that we've been involved with over the last 10 years, parking has been an issue. In this particular case, though, we are providing twice the amount of parking that's required under the zoning bylaw. Parking requirement for this development is 1 space for each of the townhouse units, so a grand total of 3 required parking spaces. As Jeff has indicated in his presentation of the committee, we are providing the 3 required parking spaces, and then there is a legal parking space in the driveway leading to each of those parking spaces. So a total of 6 parking spaces are being provided on the site. Those 6 parking spaces will be available to the tenants in the principal dwelling. To your question about the secondary dwelling units, these are very small units. We're anticipating that they will most likely be rented to students at Algonquin College, which is within walking distance or easy cycling distance of the site. As Jeff has indicated, we've spoken with our clients, and they will ensure that the lease agreements for those basement units will include notification that no parking is available for them on site, that no on-street permit parking will be available to them either. So we'll make our best efforts to make sure that the tenants that occupy the small basement units do not have cars and do not exacerbate any concerns people have with respect to on-street parking.
I would ask that you be very clear, or the landlord be very clear with those tenants that street parking, when there is no permit parking, can be very challenging. I still get too many calls from tenants who have been told, yeah, there's no parking spot at this building, but you can park on the street. And then when they find out that there are winter parking bans during the day, there are winter parking bans at night, that neighbors call bylaw when they go overtime on the street, that it turns out to be very challenging to try to count on street parking. So I hope the landlord will be clear with prospective tenants that this is not a good choice for somebody who wants to bring a car if they don't have their own private parking spot.
Absolutely, Councillor, and I can assure you that our client is listening carefully to the discussion today and will advise tenants accordingly.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Leeper. Any other questions for the applicant? Questions for staff? Councillor Egley, I know you're in a time crunch, so question for staff or wrap up or comments or any other?
Yeah, so I have no questions. I am going to take this opportunity, if I could, to do wrap up. So this is a very difficult one for my community. Nobody is against intensification. The difficulty with this space is everybody is of the same mind that this is over intensification for the spot. There's a single family home there. And pretty much the community is accepting that if you knock that down and you built 3 townhome units, you would increase the ability to occupy that space, but threefold. It's the addition of the 3 other units, which is going to create 6 units. And let me just speak to that. I was going to ask you to defer, but I don't think it makes sense to defer. I'm going to, in fact, ask you to turn it down flat. And I'll explain why. The logic is faulty and premature to my mind. Part of it is based on we're going to have an LRT station there. This is for the extension out to Barrhaven. We haven't finished final design. We have no funding whatsoever from anybody, and the anticipation is the funding is to be from the other levels of government. So it's not at all clear if and when this is going to be built. But we do know if this is approved today that this project will be built with probably in a year, 18 months. The second piece, that students don't have cars, the baseline station is the only one in the city, to my knowledge, that we actually have parking restrictions on, because the students poach the parking spaces and the people that are using transit can't park there to use transit. So there are restrictions as to when you can park there and that you need permits to park there. And I can tell you from teaching part-time at Algonquin, all the parking spots at Algonquin are full as well with students. They take their cars, not every student obviously drives, but a lot of students do drive. And we've had to take those special precautions around that area to do it. Jeff, you summed it up well. There are existing issues already with parking on the street, especially around snow removal and kids playing on the street, and the concern around sight lines of cars parked in front of lawns and driveways. The community feels very strongly that's only going to be exacerbated by this. Almost 40 people came out to the open house. Most of the people that live in the area, they also filed a petition. So they're not saying no to intensification. They're saying intensification is fine, but this is over intensifying the spot. You could easily have 12 cars if couples rent each of those units in my part of town with the current circumstances and the current transit situation, which again is old school transit. It'll get you downtown and it'll get you home at rush hour, but it doesn't do much else if you want to get your groceries or go to a medical appointment in the middle of the day, or even frankly get to Algonquin. So it's premature from a transit perspective, I believe, and the parking issue is only going to be exacerbated by this. I'm also concerned that the legislation we learned about just yesterday from the province, which is going to effectively do away with any say that planning committee has on infill, wasn't on the table when this was proposed, wasn't on the table when the public consultation took place. And that's going to have a profound effect, I think, on how many of these lots are turned over into 3 units or more. And none of that was taken into account or considered when saying, oh, we can do this on the street because it's okay, because it's not going to happen as of right. We now know it will likely happen as of right. I think the community has some very valid concerns. Again, they are prepared to accept 3 units on this spot. That's a 3-to-1 ratio, 3-time increase in intensification on the spot, which I think is quite reasonable. They know their street. They know the problems that they've experienced for a long time on there around snow removal, around kids playing on the street. And frankly, this may be the last chance that anybody sitting around this table gets to play, not to play, but to influence an infill if the proposed legislation does what we think it's going to do. So I think we have a job to listen to the constituents, hear what they have to say, and either send it back and say, come up with a plan for 3 units only, or turn it down flat. So that's what I would ask you to do today, to respect the wishes of the community that's not saying no to intensification. They're saying yes to reasonable intensification, to intensification that will fit well within the community, and not that over intensification be shoved down their throats, basically, is what they're asking. So I leave with you. I don't have a vote today. I know how I'll vote at council, probably be the last vote that I take at council, and I will be absolutely voting no. But I think there's we want intensification to work throughout the whole city, and to do that we have to work with our communities. Can't force it on them. We have to work with them and come up with something that fits in well with the existing fabric of the streets. And this simply doesn't. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Eglay. Any other questions for staff or comments for committee? Okay, let's do yeas and nays on this, Kelly, if we can. So this is the zoning bylaw amendment for 25 Fair Oaks Crescent. The Planning Committee recommend council approve an amendment to zoning bylaw 2008-250 for 25 Fair Oaks Crescent as shown in document 1 to permit 3 townhouse dwellings as detailed in documents 2 and 3. The Planning Committee approved the consultation details section of this report be included as part of the brief explanation, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Kelly?
Councillor Brockington,
Yes.
Councillor Cluche, Councillor Curry,
No.
Councillor Dudas,
Yes.
Councillor Hubley, Councillor Kitts,
No.
Councillor Leeper,
Yes.
Councillor Menard,
Yes.
Councillor Tierney,
No.
Chair Moffat. Chair Moffat
Sorry, I had my second mute on. Yes.
and Chair Gower.
Yes.
6 yeas, 3 nays.
Okay, thank you, Kelly. We'll move on to 4.16, which is zoning bylaw amendment for 56 Capilano Drive. Councillor Eglay, did you want to make a comment on this one just from the outset? I know you're in a time crunch.
Yeah,
today.
sorry, I have a medical appointment I have to get to. But yes, unlike what I said a few minutes ago on that application, I am hugely supportive of this application. This is a proposal for, I believe it's 60 units of supportive, affordable housing. It is proposed to be a partnership with Salus, which is an organization we're all well familiar with that has an excellent reputation for delivering a good project and being there as it goes forward to support the residents that move in there. I'm very excited about this project. I would ask you to support this one. If I could make a quick comment, one of the issues that has come up is around whether or not the land should be used for some sort of recreational space, or because what used to be there was a curling club. I'm not going to be around to ask the questions, but I did discuss it extensively with Kevin Wary about whether that was a possibility or not. And Kevin can certainly speak to it. I won't put words in his mouth, but my understanding of what he said on the 2 main points were, firstly, that staff had looked at the property and were quite content to take cash in lieu in these circumstances. Secondly, that the land itself does not meet our minimum threshold to create a park in terms of the lot size, the area of it. So it wouldn't fly in that respect. And then the third piece that's important to note is that there are 2 other planning applications that will likely be in front of you over the next year or so. One at the old Lone Star site and another, the old CGOH site, which will actually be a site plan. But in both those circumstances, part of the package being proposed by the applicants is to build new parks. And both of these projects are also in the Fisher Heights community. So this community, and for those who have concerns about parks in the community, they, again, assuming that the other 2 projects are approved by this committee, or the committee that takes over in a few weeks, there will be 2 new parks coming to this community. And again, I urge you, if you have any concern, to ask Kevin. He's still on the line, but I had extensive discussions with him, and that's why Parks are not considering this as a park location. It simply doesn't meet our size requirements, even for a small park. So again, 100% behind this. I think it's a fabulous project.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Egley. So we have two public delegations registered. We have the applicant here as well. There is a presentation available from staff. I'll look to committee. Would you like to have the presentation, or do we skip the presentation for this? Presentation, yes. Thumbs up. Presentation, no. Okay, we will skip the presentation. Thank you. There is a technical motion on this item that we'll introduce off the get-go here.
Thank you. It is whereas reports ACS 2022 PIE PS 0132 recommends amending the City of Ottawa zoning bylaw to permit a 4-story apartment building, which is intended for affordable housing. Whereas document 2 details recommend zoning intends to require minimum parking for visitors, but require no minimum parking for residential tenants. Therefore, be it resolved, the Planning Committee amend document 2 details recommended zoning by 1, replacing the text next to section 2.d bullet point 3 with the following text: no minimum parking spaces are required for affordable housing dwelling units. For greater clarity, minimum visitor parking space rates still apply. 2, adding the following text as section 2.d bullet point 4, the holding symbol may only be removed when 1, a site plan is approved to the satisfaction of the general manager, planning, real estate, and economic development, and 2, the owner and housing services have executed an agreement related to the affordable housing on the site. Therefore, be it further resolved that there be no further notice pursuant to section 3417 of the Planning Act.
Okay, thank you, Chair Moffat. So we're going to go to the applicants for their 5-minute presentation. We have Harris Khan and Mark McCauley. I see Harris. Harris, are you leading us off on the presentation?
Yes, I am.
Okay, we'll get that up on the screen, and you can go ahead when you're ready.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. As Mr. Chair had introduced me already, my name is Harris Khan. I'm a planner at Voten Consultants. I'm joined by Mark McCauley from Ottawa Salas Group for my presentation. Also with me, I have Ria Arid and Brian Casagrande from Voten, as well as Alessandro Gurano from McDonald Brothers, as well as Anthony Leaning and Daryl Hood from CSV Architects to answer any questions at the end of the presentation. With the chair's permission, I have a short presentation. Next slide, please. The subject property that we're here to discuss today is located about 120 meters east of Merivale Road and abuts commercial uses that front onto Merivale. The site was originally home to the City View Curling Club, which has since been located southward on the lot by the McDonald Brothers in collaboration with the Curling Club. In 2016, the lot was severed to create a flag lot for the Curling Club and a new lot which the McDonald Brothers had intended to develop as an affordable housing project and is subject to the development application today. The subject property retained its original L1 zoning, which was a barrier to the owner in finding an appropriate partner for affordable housing. Next slide, please. Voten was retained to assist with the rezoning of the site to an appropriate residential zone. Following an initial application submission, Salas and McDonald Brothers partnered to deliver affordable housing, affordable supportive housing on the site, as generally shown in this concept plan. Next slide, please. The requested zoning bylaw amendment before you today reflects what Salas and McDonald Brothers require to develop the site with an appropriate, desirable social housing project in a low-rise apartment building format. The rezoning will provide certainty for Salas and McDonald Brothers to invest in detailed design work, which will be vetted through a site plan control application process. The R4Z zone will allow the proposed apartment use with an appropriate performance standards. We have requested reductions to the west interior side yard setback and the rear yard setback requirements to reflect the site's context adjacent to an arterial Main Street property to the west and the Curling Club to the south. This will allow the amenity area to be located internally to the site, where it will be shielded from loading areas on abutting properties. Finally, we have requested that no vehicle parking be required for residents. This reflects Salas's long experience with their tenants and is tied to a holding zone that will ensure that this reduction is only applied to an appropriate affordable housing development. We appreciate the staff's assistance in working with us to get us on today's planning committee. We understand there is a motion proposed today and would like to say that while we agree with the general intent of this motion, we may have some concerns about the exact wording. I'll hand it off to Mark McCauley to speak about Salas.
Thank you. And my name is Mark McCauley again. I'm the Executive Director at Ottawa Salas. And I thank you to the Planning Committee for the opportunity to speak. As many of us know, 1 in 5 Canadians will experience a mental health issue, and 78% report using substances. And when mental health and substance use health challenges arise, it impacts a person's ability and for overall well-being and stable housing. For 45 years, Salas has been providing quality, affordable housing for persons in the Ottawa area. And our vision is stable housing for everyone. We have a long history of integrating into the community and pride ourselves on the fact that our buildings and tenants blend into the neighborhood landscape. In addition, many of our developments were brought to fruition in partnership with the City of Ottawa to create affordable, supportive housing. Our tenants are persons who live independently and have the same rights and responsibilities of any other renter. Our tenants have the opportunity to voluntarily access additional supports. So this particular site at Capilano, we are very excited for this location. With our tenants' primary source of income being ODSP, they're heavily reliant on public transportation. Our lack of parking needs have been previously proven through independent parking studies. And the parking allocated for the proposed development exceeds what we typically require for previous developments. For example, of our 15 sites that we have already across the city, only 8 tenants require parking spots. 56 Capilano is well resourced for the people who rely on public transport. We did a little survey, and many of the services they require are less than 11-minute walk to those. For example, the Nepean Rito Osgood Community Resource Center. So our goal here as a community partner is to assist the city in providing affordable housing. This is a perfectly suited location to provide homes for some of our city's most marginalized persons. And while we have the support of the councillor in the ward and our plan aligns with the mandates of the incoming mayor, we'd like to take this opportunity to thank the Planning Committee for consideration of our request. This will go a long way and help them to move forward on our mutual goal of creating more affordable and deeply affordable housing in Ottawa. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mark, and thank you, Harris. We'll come back to you for questions from our committee members. We have 2 delegations registered, Meher Char and Sabrina Hussain. So we'll go first to Meher, if Meher is with us.
Yes, Chair, they're just joining.
Okay, I see Mayor now. Go ahead. You have 5 minutes to present to the committee.
Very well. Thank you very much. I appreciate the opportunity to speak to you all today. I'm here to talk to you on behalf of the Fisher Heights Community Association. I actually had to get a bit of whiplash watching Councillor Eglei's presentation over these last two files, because a lot of the same arguments he made in the previous one also apply to this one. The position of the community association today is that we're seeking a deferral on this application for the following reasons. We have some concerns, the lack of community engagement so far. There has been a pre-consultation back in August 31st, in which the plan was presented, conceptual plan was presented as a 4-story apartment building. And this is really new information with regards to the disclosure of Salus as a partner, which obviously is not a bad thing in and of itself. It just was not really presented to the community in the original community consultation. Also considering the fact that this is, intended now to be more of a supportive housing facility rather than an apartment building, we feel that this changes materially the stated intended purpose that was originally presented during the consultation phase of this proposal. We also think that some consideration should be given as to whether or not, R4 is the appropriate zoning for supportive housing. It may be better suited to be considered an I zoning category, such as an I1, which would allow it to continue serving a community function moving forward, as opposed to be a general sort of R4 high density residential zoning. And related to that topic is really the parking situation. I've heard that, the assurances that, the residents will not be requiring parking, but I don't know that given that the original application had 5 visitor parking spots allocated to over 50 units, that is a sufficient enough amount of parking to accommodate the residents, visitors, staff, delivery, and the accessibility needs of the residents of the building. And we would like that sort of looked at. Originally, the application was asking for exemptions on the number of parking. And we believe that was also changed between your initial presentation and now. And we feel like maybe this needs to be recirculated to the community so they'd have an opportunity to digest some of the changes that have happened since the original. The next point we have is on the impact of the loss of the L1. I've noted the comments from Councillor Eglai, but our community is currently experiencing and will continue to experience a significant degree of residential intensification. Our neighborhood is expected to grow quite significantly. We're tracking 23 applications for residential buildings, and that's likely going to add a significant amount of new residents. And we expect an increased demand for L1 zone properties moving forward. And the current application does not really address the loss of the impact of the existing L1 zone property to the community. And then the last point is really that we've gone through a bit of a change election, and we think that it may be appropriate to allow our newly elected councillor a chance to weigh in on a topic that was discussed quite heavily during the community association sponsored debate back on October 6th. So in conclusion, we are asking for a deferral on this, and we would like to see a new application submitted to address all of the changes, and that the new council be given a chance to weigh in on this. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Eglai is back with a question.
Well, just haven't left yet, leaving shortly. But I just wanted to, so thanks for coming out today. I was aware of the request for the deferral, and I got back to Corey Peabody with my position. I don't know when you joined the meeting, but as I said at the beginning, and as you saw through the presentation, or maybe you didn't, that's what I'm trying to find out through the presentation, that there's going to be virtually no need for parking except for visitor parking. Were you aware of that with this model and this design, that there isn't going to be any need for residential parking?
So I saw that in this version of the presentation. What I'm saying is our community did not get a chance to see that version of the presentation during the original consultation. So they have not had a chance to weigh in because the application in its current form is for an apartment building of 50 units with underground parking and surface parking. And that seems to have changed quite a bit. So we haven't really had a chance to review any of these updates.
So there was discussion at the community meeting around why there might be a requirement for no parking. And so it was out there that was a possibility. And I don't know if you heard the comments around the park issue, that staff has confirmed that, in fact, the piece of land is not big enough, doesn't meet our minimum threshold to create a park. Mm-hmm. And further, that your community is looking at getting 2 new parks over the next couple of years as a result of other applications. Were you aware of that?
I am aware of that, sir. The thing is, those new additions are not definitive. They're contingent on those other applications being allowed to proceed. And even if those new parks were to be created, that would not sufficiently address, I think, the deficiency of recreational spaces we already have in the community.
Well, and the other piece, and I'm going to ask one of my colleagues, because I do have to leave, to please ask Kevin Wary. There's some misunderstanding around a report that was prepared around the availability of parkland, an understanding that it refers to wards, when in fact it's broken down into the new concept we're using of transects. And Kevin can explain. So I would ask, I see Jeff nodding his head. Maybe Jeff, you could ask that question. Kevin will be able to explain what the difference is between the ward availability and the transect availability, and what the plans are for Ward 9. So Jeff, if you could do that, I would appreciate that. And I have to run. I apologize for that, but the last item took much longer than anybody anticipated, I think. So I'll just leave it at that. And again, thank you for coming out, and also thank the applicant for the presentation that they made. And very quickly, thank you to Molly Smith, who's been very helpful through this planning process. So I just wanted to acknowledge her work as well. Thank you all.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Eglai. Any other questions from committee members for Mayor? All right, thank you, Mayor. Also, a thank you to both of you, Mayor and Sabrina. Sabrina, you're our next speaker, but this has been a long day, and thank you for your patience. You've waited a long time for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you.
So,
learned a lot. Thank you.
Okay, and Sabrina, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. So it's unfortunate that Councillor Eglai have left, because I had actually response to a lot of things he had said. To start off, I am representing myself here, and I live 240 meters away from this proposed land. So while this is green space right now, and it is zoned at L1, it is being used by the community as an unofficial green space, just because we have it. We have so many people there. I see it all the time, people using it to fly kites, play soccer, etc. So yes, there is being used. And second, I would like to point out that Councillor Eglai did not do a very well community consultation. For a community designated L1, we had only one public meeting. And during then, the widely circulated Zoom link did not function. It had to be recirculated quite delayed after the meeting was supposed to have scheduled. This has prevented a lot of my neighbors to be able to participate, because they did not get the updated Zoom link. And this was submitted in DevOps at end of June. And we are right now and end of October having this discussion. The Solace update was not presented during the August public hearing. It was circulated by at Mr. Councillor Eglai's office in October 12th. So nobody in the community has received it. DevOps site for this application does not include this new information. So I'm not sure how this has been well circulated for the community. So in addition to that, Councillor Eglai was talking, the report that we mentioned, I have mentioned it during both my presentation in August and in writing. is the City of Ottawa's Parks and Recreational Master Plan. It has cited on page 31 that Knoxdale and Maryville Ward as an area of significant disparities result in strong equity concerns. And if you actually go into page 37, map 2, it actually highlights Fisher Heights area into polka dots, which shows the equity concern, the red, which actually shows that the amount of parkland we have is between 0.5 to 1 acre per thousand, which actually contradicts the 2 hectare we need per thousands of people. So we would, at this point, I would myself would like to have it deferred just so we have a better understanding of what is being proposed and what we're losing. We're not actually rebutting on the Salas proposal. We just want a better understanding and a better community consultation. In addition to that, I would also like to point out the page 59 land first policy of the Parks and Recreation and Master Plan, which says any area that is less than 2 hectares per thousand should get a priority. We just want a better understanding how this is going to be addressed for our area before we can say yay or nay to this. And finally, it is requested the zoning change to be a Z4, which is for residential only policy. However, this is not a residential only policy. In the Salas's introduction email that Councillor Egli has circulated, it says that Salas intends to deliver combination of housing and treatment services on site, such as mental health and addiction treatment with around 24-hour administrative staff. So with that, under supportive housing, how is this Z4? I don't believe this has been sufficient in demonstrating that it is for Z4. So we would like to have it deferred so community can have a greater input and understanding. First condition should be that we have a better understanding on how city intends to address the equity concern we have regarding the recreational and parkland for this award, or change the target rate. We don't have to be married to the intensification target rate for this area. Second, how city implements under 2.1, section 2.1 in Park Planning Act, city has the option to do a land swap so we can have something similar or greater in size that will service as a green space for this community. And finally, the application should be resubmitted to explain why R4 zoning is needed to given this application and have a broader community consultation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Sabrina. Are there any questions from councillors? Okay, I'm seeing none. Thanks for joining us today and for your comments, Sabrina, for the committee. We'll go back to questions for the applicant. The applicant's team, well, we met Harris and Mark, but there's a number of other experts here if there are any questions. I'm seeing no hands up from the committee for the applicant. Okay, well, with that in mind, we could move on to questions for staff. I know there's at least 1 or 2 on Parks and Recreation. Councillor Leeper, go ahead.
Thank you very much. First, I'll just ask, sorry, I might have asked the applicant on this as well. I'm fortunate to have a couple of Salas developments in the ward, and one of the things that I'll do after this meeting is find out how Keith was able to get one for his ward, because I would absolutely seek more affordable housing for folks who need it in my ward, and I'm quite jealous that another Salas has gone somewhere other than Kitchissippi. But this residence is going, I just want to address the question for the resident on the R4. I guess it's proposed that this parcel would be designated R4. I know that at least the Salas residence on Rosemount is also in an R4. And I think most of us think that even if it's providing some supports and services, that it is still a residential use. Absolutely, this is where people are going to live. But could I just ask planning staff to describe how this use is permitted in an R4?
Yeah, thank you for the question, Councillor. So we determined it as an R4 use because it is residential in nature, and the other consideration was a group home. But under the definition for a group home, that's where staff are typically more present day to day. It's a situation where residents live as a group, as a single household, or housekeeping activities, and that's not what's been proposed for this development.
No, so it is properly zoned for residential use in your view. Thank you very much. Kevin, I know you've been listening to the discussion around deficit of park space, and that is something that we're all facing. I think today we've approved 170 floors worth of residential development in Kitchissippi, with a very modest increase to the size of one of our parks thus far. So we're all feeling it. What do you have to say to the park deficit in this part of town?
Well, first of all, Councillor, sorry, through you, Mr. Chair. Councillor Leeper, I just want to express my gratitude at the resident who actually did a deep dive into the master plan. It's the first time I've been a committee and had somebody actually dig into it, and thank you very much. So first of all, this area of town, this doesn't just include Knoxdale Marivale, it also includes across the street. Like for instance, the City View neighborhood is pretty much right across the street from here. And it also has a deficit, so that we know there is insufficient green space here, but there's only so many tools we have to collect green space. One of them is through the parkland dedication bylaw. And in the parkland dedication bylaw, we can take land to a certain extent, but our own rules prevent us from taking lands that are too small. So the application is for a property that is 2,700 approximately square meters in size. The minimum size before we consider taking land is 4,000 square meters. So it is wildly deficient. So the maximum I would take here is, of course, 10% if I was permitted to, which would mean a 270 square meter park, which really doesn't amount to much of anything, and actually might upset my colleagues in Public Works, because that's an awful lot of operating dollars to go and maintain, a garbage pan, a flagpole, and perhaps a picnic table. But most important to me, and this is one thing that came up during this conversation that hasn't been brought up yet, and my apologies to Councillor Eagley, I didn't bring it up the other day because I didn't realize this was affordable housing. Section 12 of the Parkland Dedication Bylaw exempts affordable housing from parkland dedication. So this property itself is not likely to ever require parkland dedication, because council chose to support affordable housing by not putting too many roadblocks in the way, in this case being land or cash. And so this will come up during site plan approval, not during zoning. My planner did not err in saying we will only take cash in lieu of parkland, because that applies to whatever the development may be. We don't know until site plan comes in and it's identified purely as, and it is requirement is actually the treasurer is the one who will confirm that it is an appropriate affordable housing project that meets the terms. It will meet the terms. It will need to meet it for development charge, and it will need to meet it for parkland dedication bylaw as well. Lastly, regarding the L1, there's very few properties in the city that are zoned L1 that are not owned by the city, but we have zero ownership here. We don't own anything. So how it was zoned L1 back in the 2008 zoning bylaw is beyond my knowledge. It could have been zoned institutional, it could have been zoned different things as well, but it was zoned L1, and that's most likely because of the recreational aspect of the curling club. But let's remember that's private. It was not publicly owned. For instance, I think the Nepean Sportsplex is zoned L1. So whatever happened there seems anomalous to me, but that's not a big concern to me, because we did not, when we did the Parks and Recreation Facilities Master Plan, we did not classify lands by what they are zoned. We classified by lands that what we own and what we can affect. And this is not a property that we own or can make changes to.
Thank you. No, and that's I think that's important to know. So it doesn't change the ratio by any significant amount when you are not counting that L1 private L1 land as part of the city's parks inventory when you're looking at the inventory.
Correct. This was not calculated in our inventory, and as was brought up also by Councillor Eagley, It is because of our Parks and Recreation Facilities Master Plan that we are taking lands on other applications nearby, namely the CGOH site and the Lone Star Restaurant site.
Okay. And Molly, I'm sorry, I don't have the site plan in front of me, or the concept plan in front of me. I think this has a reasonably significant amount of private amenity space being built in, land that's available for the exclusive use of the residents who are here, green space that's available for the use.
Yes, yeah. I mean, we don't have a site plan submitted yet, but the full intent is that the amenity space requirement is met.
Okay, perfect. Thank you very much, both. I appreciate it.
All right, thank you, Councillor Leeper. Any further questions to staff on this item? Councillor Gower had to step away, so I'm back in the chair. Seeing nothing further. Oh, Councillor Leeper.
I'm sorry, the applicant mentioned that there might be a motion coming forward. I don't know if I missed that at the outset, but is there a motion on which we're voting besides the
There was just the technical motion that I presented at the start.
Okay.
Regarding the parking.
Okay.
But that was it. That could have been what they referred to. I'm not sure. I'm not aware of any other motions. Okay, so give me 2 seconds here. So the item in front of us is that the Planning Committee recommend Council approve an amendment to zoning bylaw 2008-250 for 56 Capilano Drive, as shown in document 1, to rezone the property from L1 to R4Z, with the holding provision to permit a 4-story low-rise apartment building as detailed in document 2, and that 2, the Planning Committee approved the constitution detail sections of this report. So on the technical amendment from earlier that I moved, is that carried?
Carried.
And then on the report recommendations as amended?
Carried.
Carried.
Thank you. Now that is done with the substantive part of the agenda. We just have the update on the Greenfield residential land supply. I believe Councillor Menard might have asked for this to be held.
Thanks very much, Chair. I'll try to be quick. There's been a lot of updates recently from the province, and this has come through with relevance, I think, for our Greenfield development. And so I guess just to staff, the changes that you're seeing in that legislation from Ontario, I'm wondering, everything okay? I'm just wondering if you can give us an update on how that may affect our future projections for Greenfield land. And then I have some questions specifically about the report itself, but I'll start with the Ontario legislation.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Staff is currently reviewing Bill 23, and we're also awaiting a decision on our new official plan. So we don't have an ability to make a comment on this report in relation to those items until we were able to review all of Bill 23 and we received a decision on the new official plan. We can say the inventory before you today is only a portion of the total supply. It's really those lands that are designated in the current official plan as of July 1st, 2021. So it does not include any urban expansion lands or any potential within the built-up area.
Thank you for that. And Chair, it was a good report. I think it's encouraging because it seems that our Greenfield demand is a little lower than we had anticipated in the new official plan from 2018 to 2021. And so, the actual consumption was down a bit, which I think is encouraging. And I guess I'll just get staff to comment on that. We've had a lower than expected demand, though it's not that much lower. But also it seems that we're adding housing, infill housing at an increased rate. than the new official plan contemplated as well in the last couple of years that we've received reports back, which I think is also a positive. So just on that, on the infill land, on the greenfield development and the population projections, just interested in staff's perspective on this and what might come back, I guess, from the province eventually, based on the way we've been developing the last few years, which, I think is encouraging in that, we may need to sprawl less than we've said we need to.
Mr. Chair, so I'll do my best to keep all those items in order. So in terms of the greenfield consumption, what we've been tracking is a little bit less than what we projected. However, when we look at land consumption, we use a 5-year average to try and smooth out any peaks and dips that may occur through an annual basis. So on that, the 5-year average has been increasing slightly, and we'll note that in the 2021 period, it's actually been quite high. So don't know if that's a peak, that's a one-time thing. That's why we use a 5-year average. So we'll have to continue to monitor that. In terms of the intensification piece, it has been higher than projected. However, the component of that infill is mostly apartment related. And as this committee might recall from the new official plan and the residential growth management strategy, our intensification wasn't, those percentages, those targets wasn't just meant to be total units, but we need to have a certain percentage or number of different large dwellings that are part of that. And that is because we wanted to try and offset some of the demand that would traditionally have gone out to the greenfield development, where the majority of new large development is provided. So on that note, even though the total number is higher, the proportion of large dwellings is lower than what we had projected through the residential growth management strategy. In terms of population projections, this committee did receive the annual development report for 2021 a few committee cycles ago, and we spoke a little bit to the population projections in that report and how it's, so the staff projection is about 10,000 more than the most recent StatsCan post-census estimate. For those, if you're wanting, the post-census estimate provides an estimate for the undercount that's not accounted for in the 2021 census, so it's a bit more accurate. However, there is a caveat that we need to have a couple more years of monitoring because it could be COVID related. We're not sure about sort of the immigration rates and how that applies because of how the travel restrictions, and because of the delay in data. There's usually at least a 1-year lag, so we might have to wait for 2 more years to see how pandemic recovery bears out for the population and compare it to our previous projections.
Great, thank you so much, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Lieber.
Thanks. I had spoken with Chair Gower last night about introducing a piece of new business, but I don't want to do that at this point. And thematically related, I'm wondering if planning staff can give us an idea of the path forward on the housing legislation that was introduced by the province over the past couple of days. What kind of information should councillors expect to receive that we can start talking to our residents about? And what are the city's opportunities for input? How can councillors have an opportunity to provide input into the city's input?
Mr. Chair, I will lead off and then Mr. Wise will follow. So we staff are monitoring this through the legislature. As we observed with both Bill 109 in the spring and Bill 3 in the fall, legislation is being given a very quick consideration by the legislature. Bill 3 was scheduled, Bill 23 was scheduled for both the morning and the afternoon on Wednesday, after being introduced on Tuesday. And then again, was scheduled for debate on both the morning and the afternoon today. So it looks like the government is aiming for quick passage. As I recall, Bill 109 was through the complete process, first, second, committee, and third readings in a couple of weeks. We don't have a statement from the government saying that it's going to do the same thing with Bill 23, but it may. And so we may see a rapid consideration by the legislature, second reading, standing committee, and then third reading. I would pass it over to Mr. Wise now for how staff are looking at a response by the city.
Thank you, Chair. The challenge that we have here is that Bill 23 is an absolutely enormous piece of legislation that touches nearly every aspect of functioning of our organization. And we have very little time with which to respond. Staff are currently right now doing an analysis of what all of these various pieces mean when you put them all together. What are the changes to the Development Charges Act? How do those changes impact affordable housing supply and our opportunity to provide infrastructure services, transportation services, all the way across the board? That is an analysis that staff are currently engaged in right now and will be going all night and probably all weekend to put that together and to develop that response. The important thing, as Mr. Mark just outlined, is the province is moving extremely fast on this. There are some very significant concerns that staff do have with this piece of legislation and how pervasive and wide-reaching it is. And so we are cognizant that we do need to make sure that we provide our perspective back to the province as fast as we can with a memorandum from the general manager. We are also cognizant, however, that you will in turn, councillors and mayors will in turn need to understand what the implications of Bill 23 are in terms of the financial, the operational implications, the changes to Planning Act process, the changes to oversight and approval authority, etc. Those are items that staff are also going to be preparing. Our focus is right now responding directly to provide our comments to the province to make sure that we can get the City of Ottawa's concerns noted, at least on the record. But we will also be preparing documentation for councillors as well, so that we can not just simply list out what the issues are, but so that we can also explain why they matter and what the impact of those issues are going to be as this council moves its way forward. We are looking at doing this as fast as we can. You will understand that this is a monumental piece of work, and we currently have every department going through this to analyze this. But we are looking to have that document, those documents, at least the very first one for the province, prepared early next week so that we can transmit it.
Where you're expressing concerns, I just want to make sure that you're being careful to express concerns that you reasonably believe have a high degree of support from the politicians as well.
Well, that's something where we're going to have to find a way to loop back in some way to make sure that we're reflecting those. If there are concerns that the councillors have, you can feel free to send those to me, and I will do my best to incorporate those within the memorandum. The challenge that we have is that we do have such an incredibly tight time frame. In an ideal circumstance, we would write a letter. This would go to council for your consideration, for your input, for your review, and then move its way through an approval process. For this one, I think that we're going to have to take a very, very much hurry up approach to get her going. So if
as long as it's clear that it's a corporate,
I'll be happy.
Yeah, just make sure it's clear that it's a corporate response and not a council response. Because while I do have significant trust that you know what our concerns are, we're not going to have a chance really to take a look at what you provide prior to your transmitting it. So I'll leave it there.
I'm sure the newly elected councillors are reading the 78 pages of Bill 23 as we speak. What else could they be focusing on right now, aside from Bill 23? Councillor Brockington.
Thanks, Chair. I am going to push back a little bit because this bill, the significance of this bill, I think does require at least this committee membership, even on a 24-hour circulation, to review staff's intended response to the government. I don't have the same awareness that staff do about all the subject matter they want to cover off in their response. And so suggesting we write to staff with our concerns. I appreciate the offer, but I would have greater comfort in getting a 24-hour courtesy review of the draft before it's submitted, just to ensure that we have seen it and concur with the main themes. I think the significance of this legislation is like we haven't seen in recent memory. And I'm suggesting that we formally make this request today, acknowledging that time is tight. Give us an overnight to review the document and provide comments to staff if we feel so inclined. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm not sure, David, if you want to respond to that or Tim.
Well, so, Mr. Chair, the concern is, when is this going to be considered by the standing committee? And right now we don't know. So it occurs to me that what Councillor Brockington is suggesting is doable if the standing committee consideration is later than Wednesday of next week.
So I don't think he's suggesting that we actually meet as a committee. I think he's just sort of suggesting that whatever you draft, you flip to members of committee to give them a sense of it. But
I understood that to be the case, Mr. Chair. Yeah. And it's just the concern. What I have in my mind is that it is sent to the standing committee on Tuesday. And I don't know that it will not be, Mr. Chair. If it's sent to the standing committee on Tuesday, my understanding of when staff believe they may have a letter ready is by maybe late Tuesday or Wednesday of next week. And so we wouldn't, if it goes to standing committee on Tuesday, we will not have the 24 hours. On the other hand, if it's lower than what I'm thinking and it goes to standing committee the week of November 7th, then it's entirely doable, Mr. Chair.
Okay, we'll just, I guess, take that into consideration. Okay, thank you. Any other questions for, obviously we veered into Bill 23, which is okay. But any other questions for staff on the report? Or touching on Bill 23? I don't see any. So thank you, Natalie, for your report on the Greenfield residential land supply. With that, can I accept that Planning Committee received this report for information? Let's see it received. Received, thank you. And that's that. So it's in-camera items. I don't have any. Notice of motion. None. You guys don't even know when the next Planning Committee is. So what do you notice the motion for what? And for the other people, I can do 6 notices of motion. You guys can deal with it all next term. Inquiries, I think they actually just die because they're attached to me and they would just die with me. Inquiries, none. Other business, none.
I'd like to remove Scott Moffat as chair of the committee.
You're about to do that? You're about to do that? If you just vote for adjournment, I am done. I will never chair another committee meeting again, unless I like come back. And that's a hot thing, you know, coming back. Like I might.
Is that a threat?
Well, I'm 41 now, so I've got, like, I say a good 40 more years left in me to consider like 10 elections in a row. I can consider maybe coming back. I think the 11th election, I'm probably going to be too old, in my opinion, but the option's always there. So just don't tempt me. I threatened you guys before, don't mess around with some of my stuff there, and then I won't have to come back. But I said that to Sean about Agland. You touch my Agland, I'm coming back. Don't mess around with my stuff. That's a warning. I'll pick a different ward. I might not run in this ward. I might just mix it up. I might run against one of y'all if you start messing around with my business. So, okay.
Thanks for your service, Scott. We've all appreciated it.
Yeah, thanks a million, Scotty.
Thank you, Scott.
So are we adjourned? No one's never confirmed that. So yeas, nays, adjournment. Good, carried?
Adjourned.
Carried.
Okay, thank you. Our next meeting to be determined. It's up to you lot. Take care, guys.
Thank you, Scott.
Thank you.